big element of the risk that gives the show is the shepherd. The second day in a row, we have a third place player and the game by moving in the first place with just one clue to Final Jeopardy. Yesterday was me here in May.
All right, you should be good to go, Dominic.
Jeopardy ratings. Good advice from Tim and the dad. Anything can happen out here, Jay. Nothing can happen again. Here's the Jeopardy round. We have one day to double in somewhere for you in these categories. First, it's all your cheap. Then music as a late. Telephones, bright lights, big city, and appropriately enough, we read it in the 80s.
Should be good, Dominic.
New Jersey's 8.6 big city football. The biggest city in North Carolina.
Looks like we lost Dominic for a minute.
1400 if you're correct. Here's your big city. This for a city named for a president has more people than Miami and Tampa combined. What is Jacksonville? That's correct.
All right, I'm gonna text the chair and just give him another minute to see if he's joining back or
Yeah.
what is the situation here.
Okay, I'm back, Eric. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay.
All right, sorry about
That's all right. We're recording, so you're good to go.
that. Very good. All right, I want to welcome everybody to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for March 23rd, 2022. And if you could rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next thing on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. I'll ask the town planner if there's any changes to the agenda.
Mr. Chair, if we could do the roll call first, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the roll call. I'm sorry, I apologize. Noreen, could you do the roll call, please?
Right call. We gotta do some tweaking. So, hey, what is it? Irrigation. Correct. By the way, let's get out of it. So, the brightest light on.
Chairman Payne,
Here,
Commissioner Claffey.
Commissioner Claffey contacted me. He's not feeling well.
Okay. Commissioner Haggerty,
Here.
Commissioner Havens,
Here.
Commissioner Linares.
Commissioner Lenars contacted me also, Noreen, and he's tied up. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Trister.
Here.
Commissioner Woods,
Here.
Commissioner Braverman,
Here.
Commissioner Gill,
Here.
Commissioner Droz.
I'm here.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Noreen.
You're welcome.
And now I will ask the town planner. I don't believe there's any changes to the agenda, but I'll ask her if there's any changes to the posted agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
No,
You need
Mr.
to-
Chair, there are no changes to the agenda. Can we just assign the
I'm
alternates?
going to
Yes.
put up alternates now, yes. For Commissioner Claffey, I will have Commissioner Droz sit for Commissioner Claffey, and I will have Commissioner Gill sit for Commissioner Lenars. Sorry about that, Steve. Thank you. All right, and the agenda is all set, and we'll go right to public participation. This is for items not on the agenda. Within the Zoom application, raise your hand if you'd like to participate during public participation. If calling into the Zoom meeting by telephone, *9 to raise your hand to be recognized. You *6 to recognize to speak by telephone. And if you'd like, you could state your name and address for the record. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have several people that raise their hands, starting with Jeff Zellick.
Go ahead, Mr. Zellick. You can unmute yourself.
Hey, good evening. I noticed on the agenda tonight that there are 5 or 6 applications, and they all use the term special permit. Members of the public, we're not familiar with what that means. I looked at the zoning regulations and I don't see any definition for special permit. And I'm just wondering if someone could just brief the public on what a special permit is, what the requirements are, and how it differs from an ordinary permit. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in the public?
Phone number ending in 214. You can unmute yourself. Phone number ending in 214.
Anybody else, Eric?
Yep. Well, let's see. Phone number ending in 215. You can unmute yourself.
Looks like 214 just unmuted.
Yes. Hi, this is Ron Adorno on 54 Austin Road.
Go ahead.
Right ahead.
Is it time to talk about a particular development, or is this just for non?
No, this is just general public participation for items not listed on the agenda.
Not listed? Okay, I'll wait then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 215.
That was me.
Okay, you as well. Phone number ending in 615. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Joe Piamara. I live at 60 Alston Road. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe my neighbor just answered that last question. I think we're going to wait until we get into the regular agenda, please.
Okay,
no
great.
problem. John May, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, John May at 68 Alston Road. And yeah, my interest is in the normal agenda about the new development.
All right.
All right, we'll be getting to that shortly. Thank you, John.
That appears to be it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'll ask Renata or Eric if you could briefly explain the special permit to the public.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. So in a really brief terms, and I'm getting feedback from somebody,
Yeah.
I'm not sure who it is.
Please, if everybody could put their iPads on mute, please.
Renata, you're muted. There you go.
So the special permit is a use that is generally considered permissible within the designated zoning district, but due to the potential, and it's allowed for categories of uses that may have impact. And those categories of uses, because they could potentially have some impact, are to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. And because they're recognized in such a way, the commission is given the authority to review them under the special permit criteria. And then within the zoning regulations, each municipality in state of Connecticut has right to develop rules by which they can treat their special permit uses. Those rules, however, are limited by what is granted by general statutes. So as everything in zoning, our rules are passed over from what had state given us authority to regulate. In that sense, there are certain things in state statutes that regulate how we can regulate special permit uses. So for example, one of the things that we could do previously, but no longer can do, is we could consider character of the neighborhood before, but now, since last year, if we do not have character defined, and it has to be defined specifically as to physical characteristics as they pertain to the site-specific elements or building-specific elements, then we cannot use that term anymore in our evaluation of special permits. So those are kind of things that are sometimes things that towns use to regulate special permits. Traffic is another one. General impacts, I would say, from the architectural standpoints, when you look at, for example, a retail district, if somebody comes in and proposes another retail, then that would be something that under special permit rule would be seen as something that belongs. So you can have a furniture store that generates less traffic, and you can have a high traffic generator, and then that high traffic generator could be denied because it generates a lot of traffic versus a furniture store that doesn't. So that furniture store does not stresses these streets as much as perhaps Costco or Target does. So that's what happens. You have you have use that's permitted as a right, zoning permit, use that's permitted under site plan approval, special permit. Like I said, it's a use that's considered allowed in the zoning district, but because of its potential for impact, is subject to the special permit criteria, and that is what special permit is.
You're muted, Dominic.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Renata. I'm going to ask Commissioner Havens if you could read the procedures for our public hearing.
Certainly, but were we going to skip over remarks by commissioners?
Boy, I'm doing well today. Remarks. Thank you. Remarks by commissioners. Any remarks by commissioners? All right. Procedures for the public hearing, please.
Hold on, I have my hand up.
All right, go ahead, Brett Hyde.
Okay, great. Regarding all of the petitions that are on the agenda, I was just kind of curious as to how many children will be living in those complexes. Does anybody know?
That's a question related to that would come up under a particular one that you're talking about? You're talking for a particular application?
Well,
Because if you
wherever
are-
there's going to be apartments.
Well, I think that if you have a particular, is there something on the agenda tonight that you're referencing, or are you talking in general?
I'm talking in general, just want to know,
I'll
has
ask
anybody
Renata-
taken into
I'll ask
consideration?
Renata if he would like to answer that.
No, I would not like to answer that. I think that's a question that should be answered by each applicant presenting tonight, and then
And
the commissioner may, consider that and add, I suppose.
Understood.
Okay.
I just wanted to know if you had a general view.
we're, if I'm not mistaken, we're really not supposed to take that into consideration. So, but you can ask that question at any time when there's an application coming up, if you'd like.
Okay.
Is there any other questions from commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Havens, if you could read the procedures for the public hearing, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Procedures for public hearings. The order of proceedings at public hearings shall be as follows. A, convening by the chairman. B, reading of the notice of the commission secretary or a commissioner designated by the chairman to act in his stead. C, identification and location of the property involved by the town planner. D, a statement of the issue to be considered by the chairman or the town planner. E, presentation by the applicant, limited to 20 minutes unless a specific extension is granted by the chair. F, persons wishing to speak in favor of the application, limited to 2 minutes per person. G, persons wishing to speak in opposition to the application, limited to 3 minutes per person. H, rebuttal by the applicant, limited to 5 minutes total. I, rebuttal by the opposition, limited to 5 minutes total. During a public hearing, it shall be within the discretion of the chairman whether the time limitations should be varied slightly, provided the commission consents to any such variance. In no case shall an extension be for more than 20% of the allotment indicated above, or 1 minute, whichever is greater.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Havens. Our first public hearing is petition 10-22. And I would ask if Commissioner Haggerty, if you could read that petition for the record, please.
Certainly. Petition 10-22, special permit, section 6.2.5 for a freestanding sign at 3333 Berlin Turnpike, Payne Road entrance. Applicant HJG PC, Newington Investor LLC, owner, the Rocky River Realty Company. Contact Jamie Anderson.
Thank you. The applicant here.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dennis Godair, representing the applicant on behalf of BL Companies in Meriden, Connecticut. And if I may share my screen.
You should be good to go, Dennis.
Hopefully everybody can see that.
We can.
Thank you. As you likely recall, back in the late spring, early summer, the commission had reviewed the special permit for the development of 3333 Berlin Turnpike associated with a residential and commercial development, which was approved. And we are in our final stages of other approvals, including what is before you tonight for signs, for the residential development, and another hearing which will occur after this one for the commercial development portion. The sign application that is before you today is highlighted here along Payne Road in the yellow. It is simply highlighting the residential component of the development, which is primarily entrance through Payne Road, but can also be accessed through the Berlin Turnpike. And there is a note on or identification on the sign from the Berlin Turnpike for the residential component as well, which we'll talk about later in the evening. As you can see, and I'll zoom in on the sign itself, it's 4 feet high. 8 feet wide. The signage itself that identifies the development is 16 square feet on both sides, staying within the requirements of the zoning regulations. It will be externally illuminated, as was noted in the application and the staff report. And I will zoom in along the street frontage. You can see along, this is the entrance. I'll highlight the edge of curb so you can more clearly see it. So this is the edge of curb for the driveway going into the site. And then this is where the location of the sign will be. And I've identified the sight line, so it is not obstructing the site view as well. So this sign, you'll see there's it's a neutral color, and there is stone veneer that is proposed. It matches what you will see for the commercial development as well, to create a cohesive overall development environment. I think that's about all I have to present on this. It seems to be fairly straightforward on our part. And I know Jamie Anderson is with us from the development from the applicant. And if Jamie has anything you would like to add, or if there's any questions from the commission.
Thanks, Dennis. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. We'll go to the staff right now and see if they would like to review their staff report.
Like in the staff report,
You want to take this one?
I can sure. So as I said in the staff report, it is, and was pointed out by the applicant, it is externally illuminated. It is behind the sight line. You know, it's more of a ground mounted type of sign. You know, they didn't go up the 17 feet that they're allowed. I think it works for the residential side of the program, and I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric. We'll go to commissioners. Have any questions for the applicant or the staff? Do any of the commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Gill.
Yes. Is this a single-sided sign?
It is a double-sided sign.
Okay. The illumination is, where is it getting its power from?
It will likely tie into the electrical system that's servicing the site.
Okay, so there will not be a separate meter constructed out there. That's it, as far as sight line and whatnot. That's what I was concerned about.
We wouldn't anticipate a meter standing up anywhere.
Okay. And now the apartments, what address are the apartments? Are they 3333?
I don't believe that an address has been assigned at this point, but right now that the entire property has been 3333. The property has been subdivided and that has been on file. But if there is a direct address associated with that, I am not aware.
Hey, this is Jamie Anderson, and this would have frontage on Payne Road. So my guess is it would have a Payne Road address, but that would be up to the town to decide.
Right, that can be discussed with the town engineer. He's involved with assigning addresses. So when you guys request that, he'll assign you an address.
Okay, one of my considerations for signs is that they have the address that it's referring to for a lot of different reasons. And we had talked about some signs past that they had said that they would put the address on there, but they did not do that. So my consideration is if there is going to be a Payne Road address, I would refer, to have that address on the sign. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Droz?
Is it possible to show the screen again that had the larger view of the sight line?
I'm
Yes.
sure it is.
Yep.
If you don't mind.
Give me one moment. I will share my screen again.
Appreciate that.
Minimize a couple of things.
It was kind of quick, and it's obviously blown up a little bit different than the paper version we have. I appreciate it. I'm looking at how it intersects someone who would be turning left out of the development onto Payne Road. Does that intersect with what would be a driver's window on a car based on, is that dark line where they would have to stop to be legal for the stop sign?
This is the stop bar location.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep. And then right here is the stop sign.
Uh-huh.
And then it's measured back a certain distance, around 4 or 5 feet. I apologize, I don't remember the exact distance. This is the same exact sight line we used during the special permit application back in the spring, summer, early summer.
Okay.
So both of these, so when somebody's pulling out and then turning right onto Payne Road, this is where the driver would be viewing from.
Okay.
And looking to their left.
Yes, sir.
And then you can see here is where the sign is. So we would be out of their, it would not be obstructing their view.
Okay. It looked really close, which is why I wanted you to blow that back up again and spend some time on that. Thank you.
No problem. Understand.
Okay, any other questions from the commissioners? All right. Hearing no other questions, we'll go to the public. Is there anybody from the public wishing to speak in favor of this application?
Mr. Zellick has his hand raised.
Okay.
You can go ahead and speak. You can
Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Not speaking in favor or against the application, just curious if Newington zoning and planning has environmental lighting standards, and have they reviewed it? And does the sign comply with the Dark Skies Initiative?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the public? Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? I'll turn it back over to the applicant. If the applicant would like to answer anything, or you'd like to add anything?
Someone just raised their hand, Chairman. The public side.
Okay, 214.
Go ahead. Phone number ending in 214.
A question for you. Are these, again, low-income housing or just
This is a sign.
ordinary house?
This is a sign application for a sign. We're not, this project was already approved. Does that answer your question?
I muted them, Dominic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 214. I hope that answers your question. Is there anything? You can unmute and want to make sure your question was answered. All right, we're gonna go on. I'll go to the applicant. Does the applicant want to address the questions that were raised on the at the public?
Yes, related to one of the commission members' comments, I believe had to do with the address. I believe there would be appropriate space on the sign to add the actual physical address. I think that would be appropriate from a public safety standpoint. As far as lighting, we are more than, as a condition of approval, willing to work with staff to ensure that the lighting would be appropriate to not be obtrusive to either the neighbors or from an environmental standpoint.
Very good. Thank you. I'll go. Back to the opposition. If there's anybody from the opposition that would like to have the last word, anybody from the public who's in opposition has the last word. Hearing none. Hearing none, I'll ask the commissioners what their pleasure is. I think this petition can be closed. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we close petition 10-22 and move to old business for possible action this evening.
Very good. Motion made by seconded by
Braverman.
Commissioner Braverman. You're not sitting on this application right now, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Second, Gil.
Second by Rose.
Seconded by Commissioner Drodes. Thank you. Any comments or corrections? Noreen, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Haggerty,
Yes.
Commissioner Havens,
Yes.
Commissioner Trister,
Yes.
Commissioner Woods,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Droz,
Yes.
Chairman Payne.
Yes.
You have a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Noreen.
You're welcome.
Okay, our next public hearing is petition 11-22. And I'll ask Commissioner Woods, if you could read that into the record, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Petition 11-22, special permit, section 6.2.5 for a freestanding sign at 3333 Berlin Turnpike. Entrance applicant HJG-PC Newington, Investor LLC, owner, the Rocky River Realty Company. Contact Jamie Anderson. Who's Dominic again?
I'm here, yep. Thank you, Commissioner Woods. Is the applicant available?
I am, and I will share my screen again.
Thank you.
So now we are on the Route 15 Berlin Turnpike portion of the property where the frontage is located, and the sign you can see is highlighted here in yellow, where my pen is trying to circle in red. There we go. And you can see the sign to the left, identifying the name of the overall development on the commercial side, and then tenant signs and the primary anchor. And as I had noted, there is the name of the residential development located on this sign as well. It is at the maximum of 18 feet. It is at or pretty much at the overall square footage, but it's definitely not above. So we're just below it at 287 square feet of total signs, where 300 feet is permitted. I would like to just note that the right-of-way for the state highway is right here as I'm drawing my red line, and there is an interesting jog. But we are within the property limits, and we are not within sight lines. This will be a signalized intersection, And the Office of State Traffic Authority is reviewing all of this application right now, but there will not be any interference with sightlines. If somebody is looking to make a right-hand turn on a red, the sign is on the southern side, so it would not in any way impede on their sight line for oncoming traffic. So if somebody is looking to take a left, they can't do so until they have a green light anyways. Again, this is a internally illuminated sign, so we don't have any uplighting or downlighting associated with it. And again, we are within the overall size and size limits in square footage of the regulations.
Okay, very good. We'll go to staff right now.
Yep, this, as pointed out, this application meets the height requirement of 18 feet. It is under the maximum allowable square footage for both sides. And I'm sure, as was previously brought up, that the applicant would be amenable to adding addresses as needed for the site. And it is within, on their property. It's not within the sight line. So again, fairly simple, straightforward application.
Very good.
That is correct. I meant to add that we are more than happy to add the address to the site.
Very good. Thank you. Is there any questions from the commissioners?
I don't see any hands raised.
Any questions from the commissioners? Seeing no hands raised, I will go to the public. If there's anybody from the public wishing to speak in favor of this application, please raise your hand. Anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application? Anybody wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? We have one hand raised.
Yes, you do. Go ahead, Mr. Zalek.
Sorry, a little premature. I thought you were going to ask if anybody was just commenting in general, not for or against the sign. But just curious, this was a special permit application, and just curious as to why this would have been a special permit. What was the potential for impact that the commission needed to understand? Because I heard the comment this was a straightforward application, but it is a special permit, so I would like to understand why. Thanks.
Okay, is there any other questions from the public? Anybody else from the public? Eric or Renata, if you could answer that question for the public.
Sure. So without going too much into back and forth on this, otherwise we're going to be sitting here until 3 a.m. Signs as a general category may have ability to have an impact in the zoning district. So for example, you can have a sign that is completely internally illuminated and that is located, for example, on a paint side of this property, and across the street you can have a residential district, let's say, hypothetically speaking. And in that instance, having a sign would have been an impactful perhaps thing, which is why signs as a general category require special permit. The commission reviews these in order to establish how much of impact, if any, do these applications have. So in this instance, it is your assertion, I suppose, that this particular sign on Berlin Turnpike doesn't have impact. I happen to agree. We'll see if the commission agrees when they vote tonight. But that is exactly how special permits are to be exercised.
Thank you very much.
With regards, and I'll just turn back to the other question because I don't think it was actually answered. The question with regards to dark sky compliance, no, our regulations do not have that. Our zoning regulations are not dark sky compliant.
Thank you, Renata. I'll go to the applicant. If he has anything that he'd like to add.
At this point, we do not.
Okay, very good, Dennis.
One thing, sorry to interrupt, Jamie Anderson again, just for the record, you know, the name of the commercial development Meadow Commons is pretty etched in stone, but I do not believe that the Villages at Meadow Commons is going to be the name. It could be for the residential development, but just to get that out there, that's still up in the air, the name of theirs.
That's understandable. No problem. Is there anybody from the opposition that has anything from the public? You have last word. We'll go back to the public for one last time here. Is there anybody from the public speaking in opposition?
No one has their hand raised, Chairman.
Okay. Seeing no hands raised, I'll entertain from the commissioners a motion to close petition 11-22.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I'll
Okay,
second it.
motion made by Commissioner Woods and seconded by Commissioner Gill. Any comments? Okay, Noreen, if you could do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Haggerty,
Yes.
Commissioner Havens,
Yes.
Commissioner Trister,
Yes.
Commissioner Woods,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Droz,
Yes.
Chairman Payne,
Yes,
unanimous.
thank you, Noreen.
You're welcome.
All right, so petition 11-22 is closed. Our next petition under public participation, under public hearing is petition 0722. And I'll ask if Commissioner Droz, if you could read the petition 0722 into the record, please.
Petition 0722, special permit, section 3.19, to allow a residential development in the PD zone at 35, 67, and 69 Culver Street and 258 Deming Street. Applicant, AR Building Company Incorporated, owner RD3 LLC, contact Bon Giovanni Group.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll ask for the applicant who's here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. And I think we're just going to cover the special exception here and we'll talk about site plan under the under new business, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, if it pleases the commission, it would be, I think it might be appropriate to combine the two presentations at once and you can handle them separately because they're about the same issue. Is that okay?
That's okay with myself, I mean, and check with Renata. I don't have a problem with that. I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable with it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely two separate applications, but for the interest of time, and I know you have other items on the agenda, I think it just makes sense to combine the presentations if that's acceptable.
Yeah, Renata, you don't have a problem with that, correct?
Oh, absolutely not. I think in order for you to gain the comprehensive understanding of this development, you need to have that kind of presentation.
Very good. Okay, you can continue, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you, Chairman Payne. Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Sweeney. I'm a partner and a land use attorney with the law firm of Tobin Carberry down in New London, Connecticut. And I certainly appreciate the opportunity to appear before you once again this evening. It's good to see everyone and some new faces as well. As you know, I represent AR Building Company, which is a Pittsburgh-based, privately owned multifamily housing developer that owns and manages over 9,000 units of market rate multifamily housing, both nationally and throughout New England. As the commission is also aware, my client is vertically integrated. And when I say that, I mean that it develops, it constructs, and then it holds and maintains its projects in its own portfolio, which really distinguishes itself from a lot of other national and similar regional developers. Tonight, we have submitted to you an application for a special permit and a site plan approval for a 225 unit multifamily residential development at the corner of Culver and Deming Streets in Newington. This property, as you know, is located within your planned development district, where multifamily residential development is permitted under section 3.19 of your zoning regulations. Joining me tonight on the call is Jason Kambitsis. Jason is the president of AR Development Company. I also have with us, I believe, Emily Mitchell. She may be joining us, a director of development at AR Building. Our project design lead, Alan Bongiovanni, who you know very well from the Bongiovanni Group. I have got Joe Perugini, who is our project engineer with Weston and Sampson. We also have our traffic engineer, Scott Hesketh. He's with FA Hesketh Associates. And finally, we have Jeff Campbell, who is the project architect with Rothschild Donio Collaborative. My plan tonight, and I know you have a busy agenda, is to try to be as brief as possible, but to provide you some background on the application and highlight our compliance with your regulations. Mr. Bongiovanni and Mr. Perugini will walk you through our site plan. They'll discuss engineering details and the layout of the project. They'll talk about site grading, utility connections, our stormwater management plan. We'll talk about landscaping and lighting and the erosion and sediment control measures. Mr. Hesketh will provide you with an overview of the traffic impact study that we submitted to the town. And he will focus on traffic generation from the project, impact to nearby intersections, and most importantly, overall design safety. Mr. Campbell will share with you the architectural designs for the project, including our building elevations. And finally, I'll come back and I'll review with you the special permit criteria and the site plan standards that you're legally obligated to use tonight in evaluating our application. As you know, AR Building has a purchase agreement for this property. And if we are approved tonight or in the near future, we hope to move forward to closing on the property and start construction later this year. So just a little bit of background. You have before you sort of a bird's eye rendering of the project on Culver Street. This subject property, as many of you know, is the former Haltner Farm. It encompasses approximately 27 acres of land at the corner of Deming and Culver Street. As the commission, I'm sure recalls, this property was previously split zoned, with the eastern portion of the site, that's the portion of the site that's in the foreground of this rendering, was originally located in the R20 district. The commission rezoned the property back on November 22nd, 2021, to make it entirely within the planned development district, is where it sits today. Further, as you know, the commission also amended your zoning regulations on January 26th of this year to remove any requirement for residential projects built in the planned development district to have so-called, quote, direct access to the Berlin Turnpike. Finally, the plan we will share with you tonight was approved on November 16th of last year by the Inland Wetlands Commission. This evening, as you listen to our presentation and we go through our speakers, and again, we'll try to be as brief as possible, it's important that you remember your legal charge. As I mentioned previously, multifamily residential development is permitted in the planned development district by special permit. Now, there are certain conditions contained in section 3.192B, which must be met. And these include minimum site area, allowed density, provided recreation area, building height, building spacing, the location of dwelling units, parking space requirements, and fire protection. I would submit to you, and our plans will demonstrate tonight, that we meet or exceed all of these requirements, as well as the standard bulk and dimensional provisions for the underlying planned development district. More importantly, though, you must also consider our application in reference to your special permit criteria that's contained in section 5.2.6 of your regulations and your site plan standards, which are contained in section 5.3.3. Eric did an excellent job as usual with his staff report. He really lays out those criterion for you to review. And tonight you'll need to evaluate those criterion standards based on what is very important, which is substantial evidence within the record of tonight's meeting. That's evidence that we've submitted as part of our application, and that's evidence that we're going to submit as part of our presentation tonight. And that's really, you have to decide and make your decisions based on that body of information. And you also have to give due and proper weight to expert testimony, testimony like that of our traffic engineer, Mr. Hesketh, which has been and will be presented. I'll review these criteria and standards with you in greater detail later tonight and at the end of our presentation. So at this point, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Mr. Bongiovanni, who's going to walk you through our site plan, get you acquainted with the site, and then we'll go from there. Thank you again.
Thank you, Bill. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and staff. For the record, my name is Alan Bongiovanni, 170 Payne Road in Newington. The plan that I have before you is our general site layout plan. As Bill said, the site is 26.25 acres in the PD zone. It is bounded on the north by Deming Street, on the east by Culver Street. To the south is the Cobblestone Condominium. To the southwest would be the Costello Industrial Park. And to the west, the rear lot, or the eastern lot in the Budney Industrial Park, and then the Lowe's Home Center Plaza just immediately west of us. The subject property, again, is 26.25 acres. There's significant challenges to portions of the site that we made a very careful effort to avoid from the environmental perspective. You look on the north of the property, there's northeast of the property, there's an existing pond and a water course that traverses to the west. In the central portion of the site, there's a pond. And then the southern portion and the southeasterly portion, there's also another water course starting at Culver Street and going in the southwesterly direction. This was a former farm. Our proposal is to preserve all those natural areas and environmentally sensitive areas. And the work that we're proposing has been designed to just work in those areas that are fallow farm fields. They're areas that aren't adult forest, but they're second growth of and regrowth of fallow farm fields with a lot of invasive species. We work very closely with the developer and Jeff Campbell, the project architect, and coming up with a project that is sensitive to the site while yielding the developer's desire to get a sustainable apartment complex. Our proposal, as shown, is 5 buildings, 45 units per building. Each building would be 4 stories high for a total of 225 units. And we'd also have a 6th building, which would be a clubhouse. Our access to the site is from Culver Street. We have 2 accesses. The northerly drive would be our main entrance and exit to the site, and the southerly drive would be for emergency access only and would be gated for that purpose. The grades on the site, although in the environmentally sensitive areas, are significant in areas. By utilizing the former farm fields, we were able to achieve relatively gentle grades. The driveway access into the site is at about 3%. There is no pavement on this site, driveways or parking that exceeds 5% in elevation. And we've spaced the buildings out so that it works within the environment without disturbing the sensitive areas. We've created a nice formal entryway showcasing the clubhouse building, and then the residential buildings would be sited to the west of that or to the south. One of the things that's important to understand about the layout of this property is the fact that we've condensed the development, condensed the housing units into larger buildings that are going to affect a smaller portion of the site and still yield a significant development. The zoning criteria or density allotment for the PD zone is 1 unit per 1,500 square feet of land area. That would allow us, as I have on the plan, about 760 units. Our proposal is not to even come close to that. We're at about a third of that, or at 225 units. We had heard previously in the zone change applications that that was just a foothold to get in there and start. As you'll see in my presentation, all the environmentally sensitive areas we are conserving with a conservation easement that was approved by the Conservation Commission. Of the 26.25 acres of land on the site, 15.05 acres will be conserved in a conservation easement to the town of Newington, so that there could be no further development on this property. That conservation easement equates to 57.3 acres of the total site. The property will be serviced by Metropolitan District sewer and water. We provided the commission with a letter of availability for those services from the Metropolitan District Commission. It will also be serviced by our typical utilities, Eversource and the like in this area. The parking for the project, when we designed this project originally, it was 2 spaces per unit. There has since been a revision. The developer feels that the right number for this is about 1.7 cars per unit. It's a mixture of 50% 1-bedroom units and 50% 2-bedroom units. Based on their vast experience of owning and operating over 9,000 units, they feel that 373 spaces is the number of spaces they need. We had shown on the plan in our previous applications a request to waiver from 450 spaces or defer those. We're not asking to do that anymore because they're no longer required. We would just remove them from the plan and final rendition. One of the reasons that we're asking for the 373 spaces as opposed to the minimum requirement of about 340 is that this developer is very forward-thinking. They provide up to 40% of their car spaces as electrical charging stations, and they are prohibitive of normal internal combustion engines from parking there. So as time goes on, you might not need the 373 parking spaces, but probably for the foreseeable future, a lot of the traditional internal combustion engine cars won't be able to park in those. And we don't want to create a shortage because we're making plans for the eventuality of more, if not all, vehicles becoming electric vehicles. The project, again, I talked about the utilities. It's going to be serviced by utilities. It will be a private sewer system accessing Cambridge Drive, ultimately going to the MDC. Water is provided. We also have fire service lines throughout the project. This project has been reviewed by the fire marshal. We've designed the geometry of the roads and driveways to accommodate all of the emergency service vehicles in the town of Newington, including their ladder trucks. And this has been approved by the fire marshal. We've also spaced fire hydrants throughout the site to accommodate their desire if there is some disaster or fire to occur on this property. Along with that, these buildings will be all fully protected, meaning they will be fully sprinklered as they are a 4-story building, and that is a part of the code that we have to work with. We've designed site lighting for the site to provide safety and security. We have a zero full cutoff light fixtures. We provided photometrics with our design so that we have no fugitive light spilling onto the neighboring properties at the property line. There is no increase in brightness from any of the site lighting proposed on this site. We have distributed throughout the site some dumpster locations so that they're readily accessible to the unit owners and provide adequate coverage for the property. Our landscaping plan, and because of the scale of the drawing, I didn't provide colored renderings, but sheets 19 and 20 of the set of plans, as I thumbed through them, shows what we're proposing. Tom Linden, our landscape architect, I think did a fabulous job creating a really generous design of 137 proposed trees, 914 shrubs and flowering plants, and another 175 buffer plantings in the areas along the perimeters of our disturbance to help buffer the environmentally sensitive areas. The landscaping plan provides seasonal color, it provides buffering where necessary, shading of the parking areas, and a great aesthetic feel for this site. With that, I don't want to take any of Mr. Perugini's thunder away. I'm going to have to introduce Joe, let him talk about our storm drainage and our erosion and sediment control. Joe, if you'd like to, I'll change my plans over here. Joe, are you with us? I think you're muted, Joe.
I think he's having trouble with his microphone.
Can't hear you, Joe.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. You're all set, Joe.
All right, for the record, my name is Joe Perugini. I'm with Weston and Sampson. We're located in Rocky Hill, Connecticut. The plan you have before you is the grading and drainage plan. As Alan mentioned, this site has these resource areas that we understand the way the drainage patterns go, that we have to work with the existing watershed and making sure that we, our watersheds and our drainage direct runoff, and we try to match existing drainage patterns. So in that respect, we have designed our stormwater management, our sizing, our drainage system to capture the runoff and make sure that it is directed back to those resource areas. We don't want to deprive those areas or overload them in any way. So early on in the process, we met with the town engineer. We have had subsequent meetings. We discussed our drainage approach, and over the course of time have worked with them to address their comments. And the plan that you have before you has been reviewed and has gone under his acceptance by the town engineer. We've addressed those last few comments. I'll just give you an overview of that. So this site, the main watersheds are primarily in the development area. The northern half of that development area, what you see there is that larger parking lot. We have site runoff all being captured, all the impervious runoff being captured from the parking area and driveways in that northern half, as well as most of the roof runoff is being captured and then directed through an underground detention system. Alan is hovering over that kind of grid-like rectangular footprint. Because of the wanting to respect the adjacent resource areas and having a much more compact development, it was necessary to use subgrade detention. So that's what you see there under the parking lot. These are large chamber systems. We're able to reduce the runoff that leaves the site to below what currently runs off the site now. So we are having a reduction in overall runoff. Also, we're not taking into account any infiltration below the system. We are taking a more of a conservative approach, so that's not being counted. But that also goes a long way towards recharging the groundwater. There is a small area to the northwest behind the building. That is a small surface detention. It's more of a kind of a general shallow depression that takes some of the roof runoff as well, and that's also creating some detention. Then along the southern half of the property, along the southern border behind those units, there's two subgrade detention, one behind building 5 and behind building 3. Similar to the other system, this is going to reduce the overall runoff rate. The runoff will then get discharged to a pair of scour holes, or I'm sorry, riprap aprons. That's just to reduce the velocity of runoff. It's also being done at the other discharge as well to the northwest. But prior to any runoff leaving these or entering these systems, it is being treated. We have Connecticut DOT approved units that will remove the 80% total suspended solids. And then there is going to be some further treatment through the subgrade detention system. There are rows within those systems that are referred to as isolator rows. So those are wrapped in a geotextile fabric to provide some backup and even further treatment. So overall, we're well over 90% of sediment removals from the site, which is exceeds the requirement minimum of 80%. So also there are other measures that are going to provide some treatment that are standard in the town, debris hoods on outlet pipes, 3-foot deep sumps on all of the catch basins. So we'll have a high level of treatment from this project of stormwater. Also, all the roof runoff is being directed through subgrade detention in order to meet those requirements. I'll probably talk a little bit about erosion and sedimentation controls as Alan pulls that plan up. This is a fairly large site, so we have to evaluate whenever we exceed a certain threshold of disturbance. In some cases, we had to add some temporary sediment traps whenever we exceed what a perimeter sediment control can handle. He's hovering over several of those locations where we're installing some sediment traps. These can get moved time to time during construction, but they should provide sufficient protection. You have all the other typical sediment controls around the perimeter. We have dual measures of silt fence backed with either hay bales or compost filter tubes. DEP now requires dual measures on sites that exceed a certain slope. The other measures that are pretty standard, anti-tracking pads at the entrance and exit of the site. Stockpiles locations are shown throughout. There will be perimeter controls around those. Any catch basins will have inlet protection so we don't add sediment to the new drainage system. And certainly the other standards like dust control, slope protection, all these other measures that are standard for the state will be implemented. Also, lastly, I'd like to mention that because of the size of this site and the disturbance, this project will be required after local approvals to go to the state for a Connecticut stormwater discharge permit. All these measures that you see on the plan here will be formalized into a stormwater pollution control plan. That report will also indicate the level of stormwater inspections and oversight that will be required during construction. There will be, like I mentioned, stormwater inspections that have to be made on a weekly or after certain size storm events. So these measures will be evaluated during construction. A report will be made, it'll all be documented, and the inspector will also advise the contractor when measures are either failing or need replacing or something needs to be addressed. So I always like to mention that to assure the town that there is an extra layer of regulation when it comes to sediment erosion controls. That ends my presentation.
Thank you,
let's
Joe.
Pass it on.
Thanks, Joe. I think you did a great job. Scott, if you'd like to now take the mic and talk about your traffic report.
Certainly. I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
For the record, my name is Scott Hesketh. I am a licensed engineer in the state of Connecticut, firm of F.A. Hesketh and Associates. Our office is in East Granby, Connecticut, and I'm the author of the traffic impact report, which has been submitted in support of this application. The report's dated July 2nd, 2021, and revised through February 8th, 2022. We were asked to look at the potential traffic impacts of this proposed development and the trip generation potential thereof. In order to do that, we obtained traffic volume counts from the Connecticut Department of Transportation. We conducted spot turning movement counts at several intersections. And in January of 2021, In November of 2021, we conducted additional turning movement counts in response to commission comments at the zone change hearing. And that's the reason for the revision and update to the report. We wanted to make sure that we included all of the relevant information. So we obtained traffic volume counts on Deming Street. Deming Street, according to the DOT, carries about 8,500 trips a day with an afternoon peak hour of slightly under 800 vehicles. That's in the area between the Walmart driveway and Route 15. According to automated counts conducted by our office in November of 21, Deming Street in the vicinity of Culver Street carries about 5,000 trips per day. Peak hour volumes of about 230 in the morning peak hour, about 560 trips in the afternoon peak hour. Culver Street carries an average daily traffic volume of about 3,800, with morning peak hour of 200 trips and an afternoon peak hour of 400 trips. We use this data and the turning movement counts conducted at several intersections, which was at the intersections of Route 15 and Deming Street, at Deming Street and Culver Street. And we also conducted counts at the intersection of Kobe Road and Route 160 in the town of Rocky Hill. We used all of that data as the basis to form the background traffic volumes for the design area. And we used a 1.5% per year growth rate to a design year of 2024, when it's anticipated that this development might be open and operating for at full capacity. Using that information, the proposed development is 225 units of apartments. And according to the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation report, a development of that size is projected to generate approximately 81 morning peak hour trips and 99 afternoon peak hour trips. We distributed that traffic to the roadway network, and we conducted capacity analysis calculations at the intersections which we had done turning movement counts. We reviewed the background and combined traffic volume conditions to determine if the site-generated traffic would have an impact at any of those locations. The results of that analysis are summarized in Table 4R1 in the report. And the results indicate that all the intersections we had reviewed will continue to operate at the same levels of service under the combined traffic volume conditions as they do under the background traffic volume conditions. For instance, the intersection of Deming Street and Culver Street, during the morning peak hour, all approaches operate at level of service A, meaning average delays of under 10 seconds per vehicle during the morning peak hours. In the afternoon peak hours, the approaches operate at either a level of service B or C during the peak hours under both background and combined traffic volume conditions. Now, there is more traffic and there will be slightly more delay, but the appears to be minimal impacts as a result of this particular development. The intersection of Culver Street and the site driveway, all movements operate at level of service A or B during peak hours, indicating acceptable levels of service with minimal delays. We had an opportunity to review the existing roadway conditions out on Culver Street and the design of the proposed site access driveway to Culver Street. The driveway provides a single lane for both entering and exiting traffic. Site driveway is proposed to operate under stop sign control. Again, it will provide excellent levels of service. And we had the chance to review the intersectional site distances for vehicles exiting the site driveway. Based on the current conduct criteria, we would require a intersection site distance of 522 feet, and the site distances at the proposed driveway location are in excess of 600 feet in both directions. So we believe that we meet the conduct criteria for intersection site distance. This project, not only does it need site plan and special approval by this commission, the project also requires review from the Office of the State Traffic Administration as a major traffic generator. We have made application to that organization for an administrative decision, and we expect that should this commission grant approvals, that the Office of the State Traffic Administration will grant an administrative decision within the next 2 to 4 months. That's a summary of my report analysis. Based on the background traffic volume conditions, based on the projected site-generated traffic volumes, the levels of service of the adjacent intersections under the background and combined traffic volume conditions. It's my professional opinion that the existing roadway network has sufficient excess capacity to accommodate the traffic volumes associated with this development, and it will not cause, will not imperil the public safety at these intersections or on these roadways. If the commission has any specific questions related to traffic, I will be here for the rest of the hearing and will be able to address them at the appropriate time. At this time, I'll turn the microphone back over to Attorney Sweeney, hopefully to wrap things up.
Thank you, Mr. Hesketh. Our last speaker tonight for the commission, before I take over to conclude, is Jeff Campbell. Jeff is our project architect. I've worked with Jeff now for the better part of 7 years on projects all over the state of Connecticut. And Jeff, if you could introduce yourself and introduce the architectural designs of the project, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Bill. My name is Jeff Campbell. I'm a principal and architect with Rothschild Doino Collaborative. We're an architecture and urban design firm located in Pittsburgh. We've been, our firm's been working with AR Building for a little over 23 years now. I personally have been working with them for 18 years. And the reason I bring that up is because, as Attorney Sweeney mentioned at the beginning, AR owns and maintains these projects. So everything that they've been developing over the last 22 years, we've been a part of. We've been with them. We've gotten a constant feedback from all the tenants, and we've been able to constantly adjust and tweak these and make each unit a little bit better. So we're very excited about what we're proposing here. This would be 5 buildings that are split roughly 50-50 between 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. We have 112 ones overall and 113 twos. Each building would be 4 stories high. You can see the elevations in front of you. So this is the front and rear elevations. The buildings are fully elevated. They're also accessible. So every unit has some level of accessibility to it. They're fully sprinklered under NFPA 13R. Each unit also has its own porch. I think that's they found that to be a really good selling point. People like to have that outside space. Every unit on the interior has its own washer dryer. We have walk-in closets in almost every bedroom. Every bedroom has its own bathroom. So a 2-bedroom unit has 2 bathrooms in it, which is also a nice, tends to be on the higher end of the market. There's good, clean, contemporary finishes on the inside. So we have a lot of LVT, luxury vinyl tile flooring, granite countertops, that type of thing. On the outside, you can see here what we've tried to do is, really focus on the aesthetics and the maintenance over the long term. So AR insists on using brick in almost every building I've worked on. So here you can see we do use a lot of brick. And then we have white vinyl up at the tops of the buildings, but that's also sprinkled with a lot of trim that outlines the porches, it outlines the windows. If you look in at some of these details, you can really see we have panels that are actually trying to give a nice level of detail and a nice residential feel and scale to the building. We also use these materials to really break it up. It's a little hard to read in just the elevations, but when you see these 3-dimensionally, having a porch on every unit and the ins and outs of the buildings really help to give it a nice, good quality, a nice scale. We also have lots of large windows. We recognize people love natural light, and that really the market responds very well to that. So we've got a large windows, in some cases floor to ceiling. But all our sills are higher than, or sills are lower and the heads are higher than a typical window. So we do get that quality in there. We also have hidden from view here are condensers. So in a lot of contemporary apartment buildings, they have wall units. You'll see a unit that actually has a vent directly outside each unit. We don't do that. Our units are much more, I would say, like a traditional home where it's a mini split. So there's a condenser, but the furnace is on the inside of the unit, and then the condenser is on the roof. So if you see a little divot here on the top, that's actually where all the condensers are hidden from view, so that, from a noise, it's not outside any of the units. You can't hear them up there. And also just from a visibility standpoint, you never have to worry about them. If you could go to the next page, Alan, talk briefly about the clubhouse. The clubhouse is sited right at the entrance. This is something else that AR puts with every unit. It has a lounge space inside, typically have a large fireplace, a place where people can really come together and meet their neighbors. It also has a large fitness room that usually fronts directly off to the pool. So if you'll see on the lower right elevation here, those are some large windows that usually connect directly to the pool, so that people can kind of have that interaction. It also has a management office on the inside, and then we'll typically have a large parcel room and a mail center as well. So with that, I'll leave that at the discussion for the elevations, and I'd be happy to come back and hit any details if there are any.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that. If the commission, if it's okay, I'm going to move to conclude with just some final remarks from our team, and then we can open it up to the commission for questions. And again, I really thank the commission, not only for your time and attention tonight, but your time and attention through this process. We've been before you multiple times. Tonight's really the culmination of our efforts to get this project moving forward. As I mentioned previously, your legal charge tonight is to consider our application in reference to your special permit criteria, and, which is in section 5.2.6, and your site plan standards, which is contained in section 5.3.3. And again, you'll need to evaluate these criteria and standards based on substantial evidence that is within the record, again, giving due and proper weight to expert testimony that we've presented. In reference to both of these evaluations, it is important to note that there's been an important recent change in Connecticut law, and your planner, Renata, was nice enough to highlight that earlier tonight outside of this public hearing. But you need to be aware of it in exercising your legal duties. Last year, Governor Lamont signed Public Act 2129, went into effect on October 1st, and it changes the way that planning and zoning commissions, as like yours, must evaluate land use applications, and specifically in terms of the consideration of the so-called, excuse me, character criterion. Regardless of what your regulations read, and they have not been updated since this change in the state law, you are now prohibited from denying any land use application, including a special permit or a site plan, because of character considerations. And again, unless you have taken the time in your regulations to expressly articulate clear and explicit physical standards for site work and structures. And that hasn't happened in Newington. Don't feel bad. That hasn't happened in most towns in Connecticut, have not updated their regulations for the new state standards. But it hasn't been done in Newington. And as a result, character cannot be considered, or neighborhood character cannot be considered in your deliberations for either the special permit or the site plan. Now, in reviewing the special permit approval, the commission can and must consider some criteria. And the first one is the need for the proposed use. I think the plan of conservation and development, and we talked about this at the previous zone change hearing, the plan of conservation and development makes crystal clear the need for new and diverse housing opportunities within the entire community of Newington, especially in terms of rental apartments for younger, for older, and for more transient residents who are not looking for the traditional single-family home. The second criteria in your special permit criteria is that character, neighborhood character evaluation, which again, you're not permitted to do because of the change in state law. The third criteria involves evaluating the size, type, and location of the buildings in relation to each other in our project and in relation to other structures in the vicinity. And I think it's important when you look at this project in the surrounding area, that this project borders high-intensity commercial and industrial districts to the west and a variety of multifamily residences to the east. And it meets all of your specified bulk and dimensional requirements. And from our perspective, it's certainly an appropriate transitional use in this particular location. The fourth criterion involves traffic circulation within the site, parking and traffic impact on existing streets and driveways. You've received expert testimony in the form of our traffic impact report and the testimony that was provided by Mr. Hesketh tonight, which you must give due weight by state law. And that testimony certifies that there are no legitimate concerns with traffic circulation or traffic safety involving this development. The fifth criterion is the availability of public water and sewer. There's evidence in the record and shown on the plan and discussed by Mr. Bongiovanni tonight that we have this project. It can be fully served by both utilities, and there's sufficient capacity in both to do so. The sixth criterion involves signage, lighting, and landscaping and impact to the adjacent properties. The layout of our development, as you can see on the plan that's displayed in front of you right now, we've shifted as much of the development as we can to the western side of the site and toward the commercial areas and industrial areas along the Turnpike. And we've done that to preserve the significant natural resources on the site. By doing that, we've been able to provide substantial vegetative buffers of fully grown trees all along Culver Street that provide a really substantial visual buffer to protect our adjacent properties. And we've supplemented that with the additional landscaping plantings that Mr. Bongiovanni has discussed, as well as the full cutoff lighting to make sure that there is not unnecessary or undue lighting spilling off of this property. Finally, the seventh criterion under special permit requires evaluation of safeguards such as buffering. And again, the layout of our development, as you can see with the dark green areas here, particularly in the southeast corner, and the fact that the Gene Haltner's property still will be a buffer to this development. I think we've buffered this project as much as humanly possible to keep it away from Culver Street and from adjacent properties. Now, in reviewing the requested site plan approval, which is a separate application as we've discussed, the commission must consider several similar criteria in the standards for site plan approval. The first one deals with neighborhood character. Again, can't be considered because of the changes due to Public Act 2129. The second criteria deals with traffic circulation and safety, and we've already addressed those as we did in the special permit criteria. The third criterion involves public utility availability, again, which we've already addressed, but it also includes stormwater design. And you've heard our project engineer go into great detail about our stormwater design to protect both the quantity and quality of water coming off the site. And that has been reviewed and approved by your town engineer, and will need to go through approval again at the state level in our general stormwater permit. The fourth criteria involves signage, lighting, and natural landscape features. Again, very similar to the criteria in the special permit, which we've addressed. The fifth criteria is safeguards to adjacent properties. And again, we've provided substantial buffers to protect and preserve the integrity of adjacent properties. The sixth criteria involves building design, and Mr. Campbell has gone through our high quality architectural design. Again, a design that was put together to try to minimize the footprint of disturbance on the site rather than to sprawl throughout the entire site. And then finally, the seventh criteria involves the convenience and the design of driveways. This has been reviewed and discussed with your town engineer, and Mr. Hesketh has provided his professional opinion as to the safety of the driveway connections for this project. Tonight, if we have demonstrated substantial compliance with all of your criteria and standards, as well as the specific requirements of the planned development district, and I would submit to you that we have, my client is entitled to both their special permit approval and site plan approval as a matter of law. That being said, we certainly acknowledge and we understand and respect the fact that there are neighbors that may not want this project to happen. There are neighbors who would rather see the Haltner farm remain undeveloped. And I'm sure that there are people in this community of Newington that would like things just to stay the way they are. And they're certainly entitled to their opinion. That's one of the great things about America. They have that right to have that opinion. But there really is no legal basis for that position, as it ignores the property rights that the current owners, the descendants of the Haltners, have and my client have to develop this property for what is a permitted use in the planned development district according to your zoning regulations. Thank you. I really appreciate the time and attention you've given us tonight. That concludes our formal presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Sweeney. We will go to town staff, Renata or Eric, to see if they would like to add anything?
Mr. Chair, I will take it. We really don't have much in a way of staff report at this point. We reviewed the
Okay.
plans. There is very minor outstanding comments remaining on the, nothing that is substantive either from the fire marshal nor from the town engineer. The town engineer is present tonight. If there are any questions with regards to the drainage, traffic, any of such thing.
Okay.
The property I mentioned in my memo, in Eric's memo, actually, he mentioned there are a couple of things that we anticipate that will change going forward. The property as of right now is designed as per our old parking standards. So it provides an excessive amount of parking spaces. They have indicated that they don't need as many. Therefore, they're probably going to, if this is approved, come at some point to the commission with a reduction in parking spaces, which will provide some additional green space. One of the things that I also talked about is this crosswalk at the entrance, which provides access to across the street sidewalk. There's no sidewalk on the side of the street where this development is proposed. And I don't really know if there is anything else of any merit for me other to mention that I haven't included in my memo already.
All right, thank you, Renata. And I'll go to the commissioners to see if they have any questions for the staff or the applicant. Any commissioners have any questions? Any questions from the commissioners?
I'll go first if nobody minds.
You're not sitting on this application, Mr. Braverman?
I'm looking at it.
You're not sitting on the application, so for vote. And so deliberations would be.
I just have a question.
Okay, go right ahead.
I heard it mentioned that there were going to be EV stations. How many will there be?
If I could, Alan Bongiovanni, the applicant represented during the public hearings for the zone change that typically they go up to 40% of their parking spaces as electrified parking spaces. So it probably wouldn't start that many because there's not that many EVs on the road, but ultimately there's going to be enough to facilitate all their tenants on the property.
So I don't know what percentage. What do you mean? How many? 10, 20, 30?
So depending on the demands of the tenants, they are currently going up to 40% of their parking count as electrified parking spaces or charging stations for the
Who's the vendor that's going to supply the charging station?
I'm not sure.
Hey,
we have
hello?
that information.
Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Hi, guys. This is Jason Kambitsis. I'm the president of AR Development. And I was on the call, and I think just to clarify what Alan's talking about, we're designing all of our properties to have 40% of our units to be EV ready. What we mean by that is when we develop the site plan, laying out conduits, developing where transformers may go, we think about at some point, we'll have 40% ready when that time arrives. Currently, we're looking at about, 5% of our units and really putting the units, the EV charging spots in front of our buildings as a starting point. Right now, the technology hasn't taken off, but we think it's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years and just want to be ready for that. So that's what that means.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are you all set, Commissioner?
I just wanted to get some clarification as the charging stations and what level of charging station will they be using?
Hi, it's Jason again. And I hate to say, there are different levels that come on. And I can't answer exactly which level they're going to be. Ones that we have used, a typical car maybe takes 8 hours or 12 hours to charge on. The ones that we've done in previous places. So these aren't fast chargers. They're more of a, an overnight kind of charger.
It sounds like a level 1, which takes about 24 hours to charge.
It could. The ones that we have that we've been using take about 6 to 8.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Droz.
Yeah, just a quick clarification to Scott, the traffic engineer, if you don't mind, sir. I was looking over your traffic counts, 2024 background traffic volumes for PM peak hour, sir. In your opinion, in your professional opinion, how long, if there is traffic at a stop sign, would a car typically be waiting at that stop sign for other cars to clear?
Do you have a specific intersection in mind?
Well, I mean, specifically looking at the Deming and Culver, yes.
Deming Street and Culver Street during the afternoon peak hour. The eastbound approach under the combined traffic volume conditions, the average, we're calculating that about 21 seconds per vehicle. 15 to 16 seconds in the westbound direction and about 14 seconds in the northbound direction.
Gotcha. Because the reason why I'm asking is because according to the numbers, believe I'm reading this chart correctly, you're talking almost 1,000 cars per hour to be going through that intersection. 988 to be specific.
I'll take your word on that.
Just adding up the numbers that were there, oversimplifying it. And you feel that the longest wait would be 21 seconds for a car when we're pushing 1,000 cars through a stop sign? An hour?
I said the average wait would be 21. I don't know what the longest wait would be, but the average would be 21, correct?
Yeah. Well, I was looking at that, which is your peak. You know what I mean? So is that an average over the course of a day, or is that the average in the peak time?
That's the average during the peak hour.
Okay, during the peak hour is 21 seconds. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
Appreciate it.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you. Commissioner Woods.
I think he's muted.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had to unmute. Couple questions on the site. The northern driveway on Culver Street. Mr. Bongiovanni, I believe I heard you correctly in your presentation. That was added, I'm assuming because of fire egress. Is that what that's for? Because I thought originally when you came before this with your site preliminary plan, it only had one entrance. Now I see that there's two, but I thought I also heard you say that that will be gated. I just want to confirm that.
Thank you, Commissioner Woods. I believe we've had the dual entrances there throughout all the fall application process. It was always intended to be gated for the southerly driveway as the emergency access. Safety requires over 75 units to have more than one means of egress. So that's why that driveway is provided in that location. We've met with the fire marshal on how to best gate that and secure that, and he's satisfied with it.
Okay. And then on the site itself, on that green space at the entry, have you given any thoughts to doing some earth berming to come up 3, 4, 5 feet with the grade to try to camouflage and buffer the pool area, or push the clubhouse back and do the same thing on back green space instead of having a green space on the west side, have a little bit more on the opposite side and come up with it?
So we've put a lot of thought into this, working with the landscape architect and Jeff Campbell, our project architect. they like to have the location of the clubhouse prominent at the entry because there is also a management office in that location. There is screening around, there's fence screening around the pool area. And if I could go to my landscape plan.
I'm actually not opposed to where the clubhouse is. I would just, I would like to see a little bit of screening, and again, done with earth berms on that entry island. Just to try.
I think we can do that. I think the applicant would be amenable to doing that.
Yeah, I think that would go a long way. We know that there's neighbors here that are not going to be happy with this complex, and I think anything we can do to help buffer that, and maybe not use deciduous trees, but go to evergreens, that will help it. That's
not a problem. We can work on that, and we'd be happy to coordinate that with the planner.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Woods, if I could just add to a little bit of additional response or color to respond to your question. If you look at an aerial photo of that area and you look exactly what's across the street from the entranceway and the community building, that's actually the additional land that the Haltner family owned and actually deeded over to the town of Newington. So there's no actual residences directly across the street. So the Haltner farm actually extended across Culver Street, and there's a piece of wet woodland over there that's in permanent conservation. So I don't take anything away from your request, and certainly we'll certainly consider that and look at that. But I just want you to know there are no neighbors directly across from the entranceway.
And I am aware of that, Mr. Sweeney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Haggerty, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 questions, I guess, starting off with the easiest one for Mr. Hesketh. I was writing down some numbers, and I don't think anything has terribly changed since November when we last met. New cars added per day on Culver Street. Is there a number for that, as best as that you can give or estimate?
The development will generate about 1,225 trips on a daily basis. So that's about 630 vehicles entering and exiting.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
The second question, either for Attorney Sweeney or Mr. Campbell. Attorney Sweeney, you had mentioned in your opening there that AR Building is a vertically owned company. Can you elaborate on why that is important or beneficial in this case?
Yeah, what I said is they're vertically integrated.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it's extremely important. I've been doing this work for 20 years, and I've never come across a company that's sort of structured like they are. So often when you deal with especially large multifamily developers, you will have sort of the development arm of the company, and then they will hire a general contractor to build the project, and then they will potentially sub out the management of the project to yet another company, or perhaps flip the project to another management company. When I say vertically integrated, everything is within AR's roof. So when you hear from Mr. Kambitsis or Ms. Mitchell, they're on the development arm of the company. They're the ones who go out, locate sites, work with design professionals and attorneys to get them permitted, and work with local towns. There's actually a construction division in AR Building. It's actually the Northeast Construction Division is in Westerly, Rhode Island. And so they're the ones who are they are their own general contractor. They'll bring in subs to do some of the work on these buildings, but it will be an AR Building construction project. And then when it's all said and done, they have a management arm of their company, AR Building Management, that will actually staff the leasing office, work with tenants, and then maintain the property as well. So why is that important? Because what they build, what they get developed, they have to build, and what they build, they have to maintain. And so that there's an incentive for the developer through the process to actually build the highest quality possible that's going to last the longest. AR doesn't flip their projects, they hold them in portfolio. So they'll own this project tomorrow, a year from now, 10 years from now. And so you know that you have a company, the investments they're making today, they're investing in the long term. When they enter a community, they're part of that community for the long term. And I think they have a reputation for the way they take care of their properties because of that. And I think for the town of Newington, that's really important. It certainly has nothing to do with your regulations, but I think it's important to realize you have somebody making a long-term investment in the community.
Thank you. And last question to perhaps Mr. Bongiovanni. Were there any other access points to this property that were considered either to the north, west, or south? If so, what were they? And ultimately, what were the deciding factors to why those access points were not considered and why ultimately Culver Street was used to access this property?
We only have frontage on two streets on two legs of the property, or two faces. To the north on Deming Street and to the east on Culver Street. To the north, you have, if you look at the plan that I have up on the screen, you have the pond opposite Cambridge Drive that's almost at the intersection of Deming and Culver. And then you have the water course, and it's a fairly steep ravine. It's an environmentally sensitive area that had we chose to use that location would provide or would have caused significant impact to that wetland corridor. That is not something I know with my experience working with the Conservation Commission that is looked favorably upon. And the same token or the same thought as we look on Culver Street, we have frontage, significant frontage from Gene Haltner's house to the south towards Cobblestone Court. But if you're familiar with the area, the southern end of that site is a significant stand of adult mature forest that as you go northerly is bisected by a ravine and a water course. And then we have where we've preserved the remainder of that forest area. Had we chosen any other location than where we are, we would have had significant impact to an environmentally sensitive area. This is why we've chosen this location. We don't have control over the Gene Haltner property, so that's not something we could entertain there. Even if we brought the location north of her property there, we don't believe that's as for sightline, because we're at the high point of the road where we've designed it, is as safe as an intersection. Plus, it would be closer to the wetland areas and the pond. It would be within the regulated area, and they would have some adverse impacts to the environmentally sensitive areas.
So Costello Road was not an option either?
No, because again, Costello Road does not, although the street right of way, the land that the town owns abuts our property on the south, the road isn't constructed to there. There's the water course that starts on Culver Street and goes southwest towards Costello Road, actually cuts across Costello Road. Had we constructed the road in that location and access from that location, we'd have the same detriment to the environment. We'd have to culvert, probably put a bridge across and create significant impact to an environmentally sensitive area.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Trista, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, of the 225 units proposed here, is there any percentage designated as affordable housing?
So I'm gonna, Bill, if I could, I'll answer that. This is a market rate apartment complex. There is no subsidy component to this. There is no restriction for affordable housing. This is market rate apartments. I like to use the word or term luxury because I've looked at some of their other projects. This is typical of what they build. They're a larger, more detailed, higher quality finished product that is conducive to more of the young professionals and not so much the lower end of the market. We believe this is going to be the standard to which all other apartments are going to be measured in the town of Newington.
Do you have an idea on what the rent will be? I know your market rate. Do we have an idea, like a rough idea, what you're going to charge for a 2-bedroom versus a 1-bedroom? Or
I don't know that. I don't know if Jason wants to gamble.
Yeah. Hi, Hi, it's Jason Cambitsis. Yeah, one bedrooms will probably start about 15, 16, 17. It really depends on the market, and two bedrooms are higher than that. We're seeing, as you know, a change in the market, so it's hard to say what the next day is to the last, but that's generally what we're looking at right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Trista. I think Commissioner Gill, did you have any questions? Is there any other questions from any of the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, if there's no objection, we're going to go to public participation. Any persons wishing to speak in favor of this application, you're limited to 2 minutes per person. Anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application?
I see a Mr. Rosenkrantz. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm not here to speak in favor. In fact,
that's what
exactly just the opposite.
Well, then you should have your hand down then.
Well, then I'll put it down and bring it up later.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application?
Nobody has their hand up at the moment, Mr. Chairman. I see. Hold on. M. Payne, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay. I'm not for or against this application. I'm just responding to comments made from this Culver Street group since this project started. It seems the Culver Street opposition group thinks that by removing the TPZ chairman, they can stop the petition for these apartments. Interesting, as that would be steering the commission to get the resolution they want. The group led by Igor, I don't know the man, but he seems to think he can decide what my family can and cannot do in town. And a few of the town regulars who like to make you think they know what's best for all of us. Group continues to demonize my family with absolutely zero facts to back up the accusations, but they like to say inflammatory things to keep the fires burning. I'm not on Facebook, and if I was responding to these people, it would be pointless. This group also continues to say they will remember when the election time comes around. Well, Dominic Payne did not vote on Igor's proposal, so they must mean maybe Mr. Trister, who did vote on it and might be running for political office. But I don't think they thought about that when they wrote their post. Do you really think our ex-mayor was told how to vote on these petitions? They also make claims of insiders. I don't know what the heck an insider is, but I guess it's a good word just to throw around. Really, with gas prices on the rise, food prices up, and utilities, this is what they spend their time on. Are you all too good to have apartments in this town? These false inflammatory actions affect my right to live peaceful in this town where I live, my children live, and I have a business. Words matter, and sometimes the trash talkers need to realize this. Unfortunately, this trash talk is without merit, is escalating. This is not Save Mill Pond. This is not public land. You don't have a right to stop owners from selling their land. Maybe you want something else on this land. That's fair. Well, then you buy it, you insure it, you pay the taxes, and when what you want on it comes around, you'll be all set. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? In general, anybody else wishing to speak? We'll go to opposition. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Limited to 3 minutes per person. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition?
Mr. Zellick, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. So not like strongly opposed, but so first of all, I'd just like to ask that the commission keep the public hearing open. Quite a bit of information presented this evening. First time seeing the site plan and first time seeing this application. Would like time to review the staff's comments, the traffic study. There's a lot of numbers that were thrown out rapidly. So you just need some time to digest all of this information. Secondly, so back to that point, I just, to sum that up, I just, would like you to keep the public hearing open just so we can have time to comment on this. Secondly, I'd like to understand from the staff, the special permitting. I'm kind of interested in that. What was it that triggered this to be a special permit? I think there was potential negative impact, so I'd like to understand from staff what that was. Thirdly, regarding Costello Road at the south of the site plan, I think that's a better alternative than using Culver Street. I know there's a lot of opposition from the residents to use Culver Street, and Costello Road empties right out to the Berlin Turnpike, and I think that would resolve a lot of the neighbors' concerns. If anybody says that's a environmentally sensitive area, I'd like to see the report that says that. I would like to ask the commissioners to go up to the end of Costello Road, because basically it's an environmental disaster. It's already been clear cut. There's a lot of trash. I think putting a road to there would be an actual improvement to the area. And then I think fourth, procedurally for the zoning commission, I noticed that Mr. Braverman was kind of stopped from commenting. I believe that even though he wasn't seated by the chairman as an alternate, he is allowed to participate. And perhaps Attorney William Sweeney can weigh in and give us some guidance on that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Rosencrantz, you can unmute yourself.
I'd like to start by letting you know it's Dr. Rosencrantz, not Mr. Rosencrantz. I've been a resident for 45 years, serving the community, taking care of the children of the community and the state. And I think I deserve that respect. Having lived in this immediate area for 45 years, well, let's back up. I understand nothing stays static. On the other hand, having 4-story apartment buildings is not consistent with the building in this area. There is already, and I don't know how it didn't make it on to the conversations that have taken place, but we already have the emptying of Lowe's development and Walmart there, which is a traffic disaster. I sit on the state's case fatality review committee looking at childhood deaths every month. This is a disaster area. I speak with authority. I say things change, apartments may go up. Certainly the Cambridge apartments and that whole complex have been around a long time. They are good neighbors. But what I saw, the renditions I saw tonight do not fit into this area. And I guess the last question I have, and I would hope someone could answer for me, is that there is from what I can see on my computer, this rectangle for Jean Haltner. What is going to happen to that property when she passes? Is that going to be more apartments? Thank you.
Phone number ending in 038. You can unmute yourself.
Okay. Take full speaker. Okay. Jenny Groom, 41 Cambridge Drive. And first, I want to say that don't appreciate being told that I'm an opposition group. Not everyone who opposes this is part of the group. Not all neighbors want things to stay the same. That's not true. I spoke up really early on, said, do the development, but keep this residential. That didn't happen. My concern is we have the other development up at Griswold and Deming that's also going to be impacting us. Were those numbers tied into the traffic study? And at no point have I heard anything about the fact that this entrance to this development is slightly off to one of the high-use entrances to Cambridge Arms apartments. You know, if they were directly lined up, maybe we could have a 4-way stop sign that made it safe, but by having them not quite directly aligned, it's going to be a traffic nightmare where people are trying to get out of Cambridge Arms and trying to get out of this development. And it's going to be worse than what's over at Webster and that strange three-way stop. So I oppose this coming out onto Culver. That's what I oppose. That's the only thing I oppose, is that there's going to be air pollution, noise pollution. That's a high number of traffic increase. And that impact is really big. And the fact that the entrance is not quite opposite the entrance to one of the egresses for Cambridge Drive. That's it. The other thing I'll just quickly say is they better watch their pool, because I can speak from Cambridge Drive. People from all over the town will come by and try to use your pool. So please watch that, because it will increase traffic more than you think. Anyways, thank you.
Anthony Yoder, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. My name is Anthony Yoder. I own and reside at 54 Shady Hill Lane. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, my wife, and my 4 children who elected to stay in Newington and came to this area just because of the residential quality of life that it offered. I would like to also echo the comments that I'm not in opposition to anything. I'm not an opposition group. I'm not here to make trouble. I'm just exercising my right to state my opinion as a resident of the affected area. We've heard a lot that the landowners and the developer and the builder, they have the right to do what they want with their property, and nobody's disputing that. We also have the right to maintain the quality of life that we elected by coming to live in this area. And I've heard a lot about the plan. Sounds great. We've heard a lot about it, but we have really not heard a whole lot about the effect it will have on the residents of the surrounding area. When the first zoning change to PD was proposed and then approved, we heard this just a zoning change. We'll take all this into consideration later. The next time we heard that Mr. Bongiovanni, as a private citizen, was proposing the change to allow the entrance to come to Culver Road, and Mr. Sweeney said that this has nothing to do with the proposed development. This is just him as a concerned citizen making sure everything's equitable across town. And of course, the minute it was approved, the site plan comes up, and here we are voting for it. I'd like to echo many of the concerns that we've just heard. The traffic number will go up. It concerns me walking young children across that road. It's nice to hear that there will be a crosswalk at the entrance, which gets you across the street, but I fear that it will increase pedestrian traffic trying to get to the shopping center, and there's nowhere for them to go. The traffic along this road is bad. People speed. We've heard that that's an issue for the police. And the measured quantitative load of the road, it's allowed. Like the road can handle it, sure. That does not mean that it should. The intersection at Webster is already a disaster. The intersection at Deming and Culver is already a disaster. And shoving more cars into this, and then as Dr. Rosenkrantz said, that intersection at Lowe's, Staples, and Walmart is already a mess and is an accident constantly waiting to happen. So if I had my choice, would they develop this property? Absolutely not. But that's not my choice, and that's not what we're disputing. What we're saying is we have the right to maintain a quality of life. There are other alternatives. They may not be as cheap. They may not be as attractive to the developer. We don't oppose them using their land the way that they want to. What we want is to maintain the quality of life that we've elected. I stand in opposition to the site plan as stated, but with modifications to address the concerns of the surrounding residents, I think we could find an equitable compromise. Thank you for your time.
Yelena Kirina, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, Yelena Kirian. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, I oppose the plan as it is. And I hope you had a chance to see my petition I started that has 254 signatures as of now. Look at the plan. It's nice. It's a nice plan. It's a good site. I wish just it would be in a different area, because look what you did. You surrounded this nice luxury apartments with a green buffer, and you exposed quite dense area of Cambridge Arms apartments and courtyard apartments higher on the hill to all the noise and traffic of 1,200 cars in addition to existing one. I live in front of this entrance that you're going to build on Culver Street. And I'm here to testify. Every single Amazon truck, garbage truck, Uber delivery truck, moving truck, every residence truck, cars are gonna brake and accelerate to enter and exit. I will hear it. I will breathe this air. And if I will move away, then everyone who can afford pay your luxury 2,000 unit is gonna experience the same. Your cars will go by every single house on Culver Street, Kobe Road, Damien Street, and you're fine with it because you are nicely surrounded yourself with the green buffers, and all of us are gonna pay price for your profits. So you, and the fact the town planner knew about it and didn't requested anything about it, it's so disappointing to me. So please do what's right. Request change, request to isolate this complex from our area and put entrance on different side of this development. And that's it for now. I really count that you as a leaders is gonna hear us, members of TPZ Commission. Thank you. That's it from. That's all from me. Thank you. I'm very emotional because I can't even imagine how you can vote for. Yes, if you will, it will just eliminate everything good that you did all these years for this town. One bad decision. Look at Vladimir Putin, what he did with one bad decision. So please don't allow this to our town. That's all.
Catherine Carl, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I agree with Catherine Carl, 54 Cobblestone Court. I agree with what the other residents have said. Now, the town planner has said that there's no sidewalk on the side of the proposed development, but I have a question about what is the town planning to do about the fact that there is no sidewalk whatsoever between Rockledge Drive and Apple Hill. Currently, when people walk, they walk in the street. With 1,000 additional cars going on that street, I'm concerned about people's safety. Thank you.
Igor Bochenikov, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my dear friends. Igor Bochenkov, 20 Cobblestone Court. For the record, the applicant's presentation ran 45 minutes in excess of allowed by these procedures. That's number one. We request postponement of this public hearing on petition 07-22 and 08-22 at this time. The original application for zone change submitted for this property was incomplete as it did not contain names and addresses of all property owners within 500 feet, and therefore zone change application should not have been approved. Despite town planner opinion, zoning regulation section 7.5.2. is still in effect. This regulation requires any application for zone change to be accompanied by a map of the subject property and all properties within 500 feet. And names and addresses of all property owners within 500 feet. In the future, it might be subject to another text amendment sponsored by a developer and put forth by Alan Bongiovanni, but that has not happened yet. Without that zone change approval, this development does not exist, and we all know that. Speaking of text amendments, we object to the site plan showing entrance and exit on Culver Street. Section 13992B1 of the zoning regulation used to state that no site location shall be approved unless it has direct access to the Berlin Turnpike or to a public street, which directly connects to the Berlin Turnpike. This was the language before Alan Bongiovanni, a paid consultant to the applicant, decided to apply for its removal. For 62 years of his life, Alan Bongiovanni did not know or did not care about this specific rule until the developer out of Pennsylvania showed up and hired Alan to be a consultant. Suddenly, Alan Bongiovanni realized that it is imperative to make the change for the benefit of mankind, I'm sure, and his, of course, as well. Talk about conflict of interest and ethical violations. We request postponement of this public hearing because the original site plan permit issued by the Conservation Committee was issued with numerous procedural violations. Conservation Commission admitted to these violations and should schedule a new hearing. This public hearing should be postponed until such a new hearing by Conservation Committee takes place and if a new permit is issued. We also request postponement to this public hearing since there has been no indication from town planner, wetlands agent, and town engineer that the revised site plans submitted with application are substantially the same as the site plan submitted back in the fall of 2021 for Conservation Committee for its permit and then withdrawn. We all know the town planner office reviewed such original site plans and issued 9 pages of comments. We request that this revised and refiled site plans are submitted for Conservation Committee review to make sure they comply with all applicable regulations before proceeding with hearing on a special permit. Before this commission acts on this special permit, we request that the hearing be postponed until a hearing by Conservation Committee takes place and if a new permit is issued. Thank you so much.
Someone named David, you can unmute yourself.
Dave Horgan, 30 Candlewick Drive. First, thank you all for your service to the town. Approval of this proposal will bring to over 1,000 the number of new apartment units to be built in Newington. Since no one from town government or the developers of any of these projects have presented any financial analysis, I believe that any perceived increase in tax revenue will be greatly diminished by the cost of town services to support the more than 1,000 new families that will use our infrastructure and increase the number of students in our schools. We will look back in a few years and wonder how we will pay for multi-million-dollar additions to our schools or to widen our roads. The next concern was actually mentioned by one of the commissioners tonight, is that this particular development has no provision for affordable housing. Newington has not yet met the state requirement that 10% of all housing stock in town be affordable housing, as described in Connecticut General Statute 8-30, as amended by Public Act 21-29. Interestingly, Public Act 21-29 was actually referenced in favor of this application by Attorney Sweeney a few minutes ago. All Connecticut towns are required to submit to the state its current status and future plan to meet the 10% requirement for affordable housing no later than June of this year. That's only 3 months away. The proposal we have before us tonight calls for 225 luxury units, none of which will meet the affordable housing standards established by the state. This development will simply move the goalposts further away and make reaching the statutory requirement of 10% more challenging or perhaps even impossible. For these reasons, I feel this body has no logical choice but to deny this application. And lastly, since we have witnessed a lengthy presentation by the developer with virtually no time to dissect or understand what's been proposed, I feel strongly that the public hearing on this matter must be kept open. To not do so would be a great disservice to all the residents of Newington. Thank you for your time.
Bob Tallard, you can unmute yourself. Is there Mr. Tallard on the line?
Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Bob Tallard. Yeah, I live in Newington. I have some questions for you guys. I did some research, and Keith Enhart is the owner of A&R Building, and they make about $6.6 million a year out of Irwin, Pennsylvania. Now, why would somebody from Irwin, Pennsylvania care about the little town of Newington? Well, obviously, they influenced somebody to be able to get this special permit that I'm looking, because I have an article here from the Hartford Current, Tuesday, November 30th of 2021. And when they did the traffic, according to some of the people that oppose it, Frank Zerko and David Hergen, who are mentioned in this article, so I can mention their names, but they mentioned that the traffic was done during when schools were closed and there was a pandemic. And I live in Newington, and I have to drive around town because I don't want to drive on the Berlin Turnpike. I've lived in Newington for 65 years, and I don't want to drive on the Berlin Turnpike. So, like I said, I did some research. And by the way, when I called Keith Lenhart, he didn't want to talk to me, by the way, which I thought was insulting. But putting that aside, in my research, the state says that we have about 50,000 cars per day on the Berlin Turnpike. And in 20 years, without any other buildings being built, just the average traffic volume, we're talking about 30% more traffic. People have mentioned kids and stuff like that. And I'm glad I don't have any kids in Newington, because people drive crazy on the Berlin Turnpike. It's like Connecticut dragway, and it's dangerous. And I'm glad I don't have any kids, because I feel sorry for people who live directly in that area, Cambridge Drive and so forth. And the traffic around Lowe's and Walmart and that area there is an absolute nightmare. And for any good conscience of you guys on the Town Planning and Zoning Commission to let this go through is ridiculous, because the town is turning into Hartford. It's going to be absolute crazy. And with the special permit, gee, I'd like to get a special permit to build a 5-story building in the town of Newington. Jeez, wonder what I'd have to do to get that done. But putting that aside, guys, with the recklessness of even proposing this and changing the zoning in town of Newington, and was it Jason Kimbitz? Are you there? No, I guess he's not there. Hello.
We don't do back and forth questions. Please state your comments.
Okay. Well, I did, and as far as the town planning and zoning, okay, you don't do any questions. Well, so here's my final stuff.
You can ask questions. They'll be answered afterwards, after all the public comments.
Okay, well, because of all these people who came forward, and I'm not part of any group or anything like that to oppose it, just reading this article and following you guys on the town planning and zoning, I'm wondering what you guys are up to. What are you trying to do to the town of Newington? Ruin it? I've lived in this town, like I said, for 65 years. And it is getting really crazy and dangerous to drive in the town. Like I said, I drive around town to get to Walmart. I don't drive on the Berlin Turnpike. And for A&R Building to get the special permit, I think is absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe you guys actually did this. And right now, if this goes through, I think that everybody on the Town Planning and Zoning Commission should resign effective immediately. And on top of that, this A&R Building, this is pretty sick, this whole situation. And they don't care about us. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about traffic. If your kid gets run over on the Berlin Turnpike because of this, because it's going to increase traffic a lot. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle Griffith, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Michelle Griffith, 283 Culver Street, and I'm speaking tonight in strong opposition to the proposed Culver Street apartments. I've spoken several times already. I know this commission believes that this is the right development for this parcel of land, but I'm going to say you are wrong. You are making a big mistake. Listen to the residents. For once, listen to us. We live here. I have lived on Culver Street for 38 years. This development does not fit in with the aesthetics of our established neighborhood. And yes, we have single-family homes, but we have condominium complexes and we have apartments all on this street. Cobblestone, Apple Hill, Cambridge Apartments. A 4-story building, 5 4-story buildings does not preserve the integrity of our neighborhood. And here I am not speaking about Public Act 2129. I'm talking about people who live here, our feelings from what we believe is right for our neighborhood. These buildings, and I still believe that these, for whatever was said today, I still believe that these buildings will stick out like a sore thumb for at least 7 months, if not always. I believe that you do not have the right to drastically change the appearance of our neighborhood. Yes, development is inevitable, but the right development will preserve and enhance our town and what we want Newington to look like in the future. And yes, I do think about the future. And an entrance and exit on Culver Street when there are other options. The Berlin Turnpike. I truly question the developer, the attorney who talked about their concerns about the environmental impact. I don't know. I think it's more of their personal financial impact. That's their concern. I question their concern about environment when questioned about different options for entrance and exits. I simply cannot fathom what an impact this will have on this street. The apartments, the developer says, will only generate approximately 1,225 extra trips with minimal impact. Their traffic expert says that this is acceptable. Really, I say, and we say in this neighborhood that this is outrageous. Culver Street is not a major thoroughfare, but a residential street, and this will have a major impact. There are 1,000 apartments now being proposed and built in Newington. This development on Culver Street of 225 apartments is not needed or appropriate for this area. All of these decisions are to the advantage of these developers from out of state, way out of state. I am certain it is to save them money and maximize their profits with no regard to our Newington residents, the people who live here. I believe that our concerns have been met with deaf ears. No concessions, no care about what we feel. Stop this development. It's a mistake. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, David Griffith, 283 Culver Street. I speak in opposition to this application. And in particular, you have been charged as a commission to review this application with certain standards in mind. There's one standard that is not something you should be considering, and that is maximizing the profits of this developer. So let's go to the standards that have not been addressed and have not been shown with substantial evidence for this commission to review. One is that there's been no showing, much less any substantial evidence of the proposed need for these 4-story buildings. As a matter of fact, there has been no acknowledgement and it totally ignoring the fact that there have been hundreds of apartments recently approved by the commission. So where is the need? Secondly, there has been no substantial evidence of safeguards to protect the adjacent property in the neighborhood. There has been, and I give full credit to a commissioner tonight who did raise the possibility of at least a safeguard, but that came from the commissioner, nothing from the applicant in terms of safeguards. So I'd ask the commission to deny this application, and I also would ask the commission to keep this hearing open so you can fully hear all of the concerns of the neighbors in opposition to this. Thank you.
That appears to be all the hands raised right now, Chairman. Hold on, I just had one other. Matt Rossi, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead, Mr. Rossi.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Matt Rossi, 17 Franklin Circle. I'm going to try to keep this short. Your time is valuable, and I understand that. The concerns that I have is Costello Road should be re-examined again for an exit and entrance, with a secondary exit for emergency purposes only, maybe on Culver Street. You have two clearly different exits and entrances to get in case there is an emergency. I say Costello Road after learning that there will be a new intersection light placed in at the new 3333, which could aid in the people exiting this development onto the Berlin Turnpike with being able to go back in the opposite direction. I also am wondering why A&R is chosen 4. Is it one of those, oh, we can build 4, so we're going to build 4 to make as much money off of it as possible, which fine, you can make money, but you can also make money if you build something of 3 stories, like your Chatham Commons, your Manfield Apartments in New London, as well as the Bridgeway at Chattanooga. I just am concerned with the height, the volume, and you would be able to save money with fewer building needs. There'll be shorter buildings, so fewer lumber, metal, conduits, whatever. You would also have fewer parking spots, less asphalt to pay for. I've looked at what most of your places offer, and I do see that if you were to go down to a 3-story building, which would fit in the area that is currently here, you have things that you have not had at other facilities that I think would be great selling points for this facility. Again, my concern is the mature trees that are lost by accident during construction and the trees that are being planted to help with the buffer. How long are those trees going to take to buffer a 4-story building? They're just concerns that I have, along with we are on rock ledge. And when the blasting starts happening, we don't know what these houses that have been sitting here since the 60s are going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen to them. And then to try to fight with the insurance company to say this was because of the blasting, we know is probably going to be a lose-lose situation for most of us here. So because of this, I am requesting that the plans as presented, okay, are rejected. I also have a concern about the property, and this is a question that if the current half the property that is being occupied is purchased by AR and it's added to their current property ownership or under contract ownership, what can be built if that piece of land is added to the current plan? Thank you very much for your time and have a good night.
Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Anybody from the public wishing to speak in opposition?
Phone number ending in 890. You can unmute yourself. Phone number 890, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? I
Yes, I
apologize,
can.
I had some technical problems. How are you guys? My name's Michael Payne. I've been in this town over 40 years. I grew up here. Many of you on this board know me. I went to school with you, or I went to school with your kids, played sports with your neighbors. Most of you guys know I'm a straight shooter. I don't get involved in this stuff. But as you know, me as when I was younger, I always believe in sticking up for people that can't stick up for themselves. I'll never tell you how to vote or how to think. You do what you think's right for the town or what's right in your heart, and I'll always stick up for you. We may disagree, we may agree, but no one has the right to personally attack any of you or make false innuendos. I found the presentation at the last meeting and the attacks by Mr. Orchenkoff to the volunteer committee members and hardworking staff appalling. You know, now tonight he's talking about Alan. You're all doing a great job. Keep it up. He's trying to bully you in the points of ideas. I've been involved in many town meetings. I've seen many committees in different towns. The presentation at the last meeting was the most bizarre presentation I've ever seen. In regards to this, I don't understand how one person or small group can try to demand what others do on their property or make other properties non-conforming. He made up facts. He connected items that have no relation to each other. Endangered snakes, the World Bank, stated each of you members think the former members are devious, at the same time making the same implication as the current staff. I live as close to this proposed development as anyone else. We have no opinion either way, but people do have the right to develop their property. And Mr. Richenko and his group have the right to get together. They can buy the property, they can sit on it, they can do whatever they want, or the same development. But they don't have the right to make up wacky conspiracies or degrade people on this committee if they don't get their way. I found the movement in this opposition to this so outside the bounds of civil debate and discourse. They made up stories about committee members. They tried to bully them. This gentleman has used wrap-up smear tactics to create fake stories about other committee members, even saying he has inside knowledge of my family, even though I won't even know if he was standing next to me. He, along with his group, they're living personally in a make-believe world. He's really a hater. It's one thing to be passionate for something or debate things on their merit. It's another thing just to make up fake accusations. And I feel it's marginalized this whole movement. And I find it disrespectful. They're acting like fifth grade bullies. You know, they really should be embarrassed. They have no shame. And to those who either support this or oppose this on its merits or facts, this is not directed at you. You have the right to civil discussion and opinion like I do. In closing, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for all your hard work, and God bless.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak from the public? Anybody else wishing to speak from the public?
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Yes, Renata.
if nobody raises their hand, I will just remind you, and Ms. Yelena Kirian referred to the petition that she had posted online. That petition was emailed over to me and I forwarded it to the commission. If all the commissioners read the text of that petition, I don't have to enter it into record. If you hadn't, then I will read it into record. So please let me know. And I also want to say that this petition is different than the petition for the zoning regulation amendment or zoning map amendment, in it that it doesn't require any kind of different vote. There is no provision under statutes for the protest petitions for the commission. So in that sense, what this document is essentially a letter in opposition that has been signed by a number of people. Last I checked today at 2:12 p.m., it was 252 people that, or 252 email accounts that signed on it. So whether that's actual people or not, I don't have a way to verify that. So
Renata-
can you just
Renata,
let me know if I need to read this or not?
Could you please read it into the record, Renata, for the record, please? Thank you.
Sure, sure. Newington TPZ say no to only entrance/exit onto Culver Street, say no to new 1,200 cars per day. The proposed Culver Street apartments with 225 units and 440 parking spaces will generate only, under parentheses, 1,225 new trips per day. TPZ Commission, protect our neighborhood. Don't allow new 1,200 car trips in our neighborhood. For this would be an irreversible negative change. Instead, request from Air Building Company, INC, to change the access. Alternatively, AR Building can do a bridge from Deming Street or Costello Road, already exists, right up to the property line, or cut a deal with Lowe's. If the entrance/exit were on Culver Street, the constant new traffic would be a nightmare for Cambridge Arms and Portland Way condos. It will generate constant noise/air pollution from residential and service vehicles arriving and leaving the new apartments. Then that traffic will flow onto Deming Street and Kubi Road. The developer's representative even spelled out the idea of scheduling a public bus on Culver Street to service the apartments. TPZ members, imagine your life with a public bus stopping in front of your bedroom. This is the link to active petition. The new signatures are still coming, and then there is a link to the petition. That's that.
Thank you, Renata. Okay, at this time, we're going to go to the app. Pass the floor in case they would like to answer any of the questions from the public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Bongiovanni is going to answer two of the issues and then turn it over to me. So I'll give it to Alan right now.
Thank you, Bill. So a couple statements. One was repeated a couple times about the number of cars and 1,000 cars at a time or something like that on the road. So in Scott's report and Scott Hesketh's presentation, he talked about peak trips, AM and PM, leaving our site. And we're looking at a total of, I think it was 81 AM and 90 something cars PM. That aggregate number of cars, or 1,000 cars, is over a 24-hour period. So it's not an influx of a massive amount of cars at any one point during the day. It's distributed throughout the day, just like all the background traffic is distributed about the day. Mr. Rossi talked about blasting. We've done the significant subsurface exploration on the site with deep borings. We found no evidence of bedrock anywhere on the site to any depth, even close to where we're going to be excavating or developing. So blasting should not be any issue at all. And with that, Bill, I'll turn it over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Alan. Mr. Chairman, I'll try to be brief in my responses, but I'll try to answer the pertinent questions that were asked by the public. Mr. Zellick had a couple questions. I think one he asked for my guidance on your alternates participating. I don't represent the commission. It would be improper for me to give any legal advice, but I would say I would certainly object to any alternate that is not seated for an application being involved in debate of an application. That's clearly not permitted by state statute. In terms of how you allow alternates to participate, beyond that, I'd leave that to your town attorney for guidance. Dr. Rosenkrantz spoke briefly. I want to thank Dr. Rosenkrantz for his service as a medical doctor. But I would note that a medical doctor is not the equivalent of a traffic engineer here in the state of Connecticut. And Dr. Rosenkrantz is not qualified to give expert testimony on traffic, just as Mr. Hesketh is not qualified to give expert testimony on medical issues. And I think that's important to note. In terms of Jean Haltner's property, it is not under contract. It is not for sale. I don't represent Ms. Haltner. My understanding, talking to her attorney, as she is a part owner of the property that is in question tonight, is there are no plans for that property at this time and no plans to put it on the market. And it would be inappropriate to speculate on future uses. Ms. Groom addressed the commission. She asked whether the entrances could be moved to be across from either Cambridge Estates or Cambridge Drive. The entrance can't be moved across from Cambridge Drive. As you can see on the plan in front of you that's being projected, there's a pond directly across the street from Cambridge Drive. More importantly, the entrance to Cambridge Estates is in front of Ms. Haltner's house, which we do not own or control. And so if you look at the plan, the driveway on Culver Street is really the only area that is suitable for access to Culver Street. And again, it's located directly across from the land that the Haltner family deeded to the town for conservation. I think it's an appropriate location for the driveway, maximizes sight line, which is consistent with the testimony of Mr. Hesketh. There was a comment about the pool. I just want to assure the commission by state law, the pool has to be fenced, and AR uses a key code on all of its gates to the pool area. So the issue of unauthorized access should be mitigated. I do want to, Mr. Yoder made a statement which was factually incorrect that I think is necessary for me to correct for the record. At no time did I represent ever in front of this commission that I represented Mr. Bongiovanni as a concerned citizen of the town. Certainly not the relationship I have with Mr. Bongiovanni. And I believe the minutes and the record of that hearing will support my claim. Ms. Criterion submitted a petition. That is her legal right. Again, it's what's one of the great things about living in America is we can petition our grievances. But as your planner indicated, it has no legal standing. It is not a protest petition like you would find for a zone change. But certainly it's absolutely something that you should include in the record of tonight's hearing. I would also note that Ms. Criterion said she liked the project, but just not in her neighborhood. And I really don't have a response to that comment. There was some comments from, and I don't mean to mispronounce his name, Mr. Bochenkov. He had a number of procedural complaints about other applications and their processing. As the commissioners know, you have no authority to adjudicate disputes over procedural issues on prior applications or applications particularly held and presented to other commissions. And so there is remedies available in the general statutes for those types of concerns, but certainly does not belong in the jurisdiction of this commission to address those. I would echo the comments of the last speaker that personal attacks upon Mr. Bongiovanni are completely inappropriate and should not be entertained by the commission. Moving on, Mr. Horgan had a couple comments. One was concerns with service and requirements for multifamily housing and school-age children. At the beginning of this hearing, your planner properly indicated that these types of matters are not to be considered by the commission. They're not allowed by state statute. They're certainly not allowed by your regulations. But I would note, just for the record, that based on just a quick review tonight, your school age population here in Newington has decreased over the last several years, not increased. I would actually agree with Mr. Horgan, though, that affordable housing is an important issue. It's certainly an issue that all towns in this state need to address. It's an issue that's very important to me personally. But your plan of conservation and development is clear that the demand for housing has to be met with a diversity of housing options. And that means housing at all different socioeconomic scales and in all different configurations. And there's a particular import in having them in rental apartments. And I think this project certainly meets that. Mr. Tallard had a number of comments. Just for the record, I would note that Mr. Keith Lenhart is known to me. He is the CFO, not the owner of AR Building Company. That'd be like calling a company and trying to talk to the bookkeeper. So I have no doubt Mr. Lenhart didn't take his call because it would be inappropriate for him to do so. But AR Building has development all over the country, all over New England, and all over Connecticut. And certainly whether our headquarters are in Pittsburgh or in New Haven or in Newington, Connecticut, this commission has to review and treat any applicant with the same level of fairness in their deliberations. There was a final question by Mr. Taylor to what AR Building is trying to do in town, and I'll tell you what we're trying to do. AR Building is trying to build a beautiful, desirable development on apartment buildings that meet the needs of your residents, both current and future ones who want to live here, they want to stay here, they want to work here, they want to recreate here, they want to be part of your community, and they want to pay taxes at the end of the day. And so I think that's a worthy thing, and certainly we believe we're contributing something positive to your community. Ms. Griffith expressed concern about our choice of access points and suggested there are different accesses that are available. I think Mr. Bongiovanni did a very good job in his presentation and in responding to commission questions, that there really are no prudent and feasible alternatives to access other than Culver Street. For those of you who may have served on the Wetland Commission or are familiar with the Wetland Commission here in the state of Connecticut, you cannot significantly impact wetlands when there are prudent and feasible alternatives that exist to eliminate those disturbances. Access from Deming Street or from Costello Road would be through wetland areas. There's testimony in the record on that point. The inland wetland regulations and statutes here in the state of Connecticut require applicants and property owners to pursue prudent and feasible alternatives to direct wetland impact. We have no direct wetland impact as a result of this project. Something we're very proud of. It's an environmentally friendly project. We've stayed away from those resource areas. We've protected them. We're putting them into permanent conservation. And I just don't think that either of those options are viable or environmentally sound options. Mr. Griffith suggested that we were trying to maximize profits with this project. You heard testimony earlier tonight that the density calculations for this property allow up to 700 plus units. We're proposing less than 1/3 of that. I don't think that in any way reflects an attempt to maximize profits on this site. And the need for apartments is demonstrated. It's demonstrated in your constitutional document, the document that should guide all of your decision making, and that's your plan of conservation and development. You have a whole section on housing, the desperate need in Newington for new housing, particularly for the changing family demographics that are taking place here in town, in the region, and nationally. The need for young people to have units to move into, for older people to retire to, and for people who are coming and going and not building single family homes and residing with 2.5 children with a white picket fence. This is the future. This is the demographics of our country. And certainly apartments are needed. I don't think there's any question whatsoever. And the evidence is in your plan of conservation and development. We certainly have tried to provide safeguards throughout the project. I think if you look at the site plan before you, you can see that we've tried to build our project in the center of this site, shifted as far west as possible, avoiding sensitive wetland areas and preserving established vegetation. Those dark green areas on the site are mature forests with trees that are 70, 80, 90 feet tall, taller than the buildings that we're building. And we've designed this in a way so that really the only thing that's visible is our entrance. And everything else is either tucked behind Gene Kaltner's property, which is also buffered, or behind those forested areas in the southeast area of the site. So that is the primary safeguard that we've used for this project. Mr. Rossi asked whether we could build smaller buildings. I would suggest that we can't. There is an economic reality to building a project like this. 3-story buildings are less units. But more importantly, your PD district allows you to build 4. You have made a decision in your regulations by allowing 4-story residential buildings that it is suitable and acceptable in this zone. And we're certainly taking advantage of the regulations as they're written. I just closed tonight. I just want to thank all of you. I know I've appeared before you many times. I know we've had some, at times, some contentious public hearings. I hope I didn't lose my temper at any time, but I really appreciate the courtesy that you have shown myself, my clients, the design professionals involved in this project. We're very excited about the project. We think this is going to be a true asset to the community. We hope to invite you and all the neighbors to the grand opening of this project in the next couple of years, once we're fully approved. As for whether you should keep this project, this hearing open or not, I certainly think you have all the information you need to make the decision, but ultimately that is your decision. And you have consistently shown me that you make those decisions on your own. So if you wish to keep the hearing open, that's your prerogative. If you wish to close it, I think we certainly have enough information in the record to support a decision to approve this project. Thank you again for your time tonight.
Thank you, Attorney Sweeney. Okay, at this time, the public has the last opportunity to rebut. So I'll open it up to the public. Eric?
Yelena, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. I would like to ask for favor to show the first map that was shown at the beginning of the meeting, where a building that is drawn. You can see a building on that map, 41 Cambridge Drive building across the entrance. This is building where I live. I don't know if Mr. Attorney ever been in this area, but I don't understand how he's telling me that there is an open land across the street. There is my building across the entrance to the Culver Street, drawn entrance. And there is my swimming pool, my recreational area. And I would like you to show the first map where you can see that building. And there are two more Cambridge Drive buildings along the Culver Street, which are not drawn on that map. And I would like to correct Mr. Attorney that I'm here and I can see that entrance from my doorsteps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Zellick, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead, Mr. Zellick.
Hi, thank you, Eric. Yeah, just in response to potential environmental impact using Costello Road. Recently, Farmington, they replaced a bridge. There was a major project, and it was a bridge going across the Farmington River. And, you know, there was a large Indian campsite there, you know, all kinds of archaeological findings. But yet they still went forward with the project. And, you know, this little tiny brook we're talking about on Costello Road, I'm going to really ask the commissioners to go out there and do a site walk and see for themselves what the situation is like at the end of Costello Road and how it meets the property that's, you know, part of the site plan. I'm going to tell you, you're going to be very disgusted by the condition of the environment out there. And also when it comes to feasible and prudent alternatives, public safety will trump, you know, the environment every time. So if public safety going out onto Culver Street is the issue, then, you know, the Wetlands Commission has to look the other way for a fair and feasible and fair, you know, prudent alternative solution, which would be to use Costello Road. And you really can't, you know, discuss this as far as the environmental impact without a study being done. But again, if the commissioners would please go out there and take a look at that site, they can see for themselves the condition of that area. Thanks.
Ms. Griffith, you can unmute yourself. Ms. Griffith, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Yes, I believe it was Mr. Sweeney who mentioned that the alternative possibilities for entranceways and exits were not feasible for example, Costello Road, because this would have an impact on wetlands and other environmental issues. But I do want to make a comment about what about the impact on us, on our safety and our standard of living, which again, as the other person just mentioned, I think is more important. So thank you very much.
Igor, you can unmute yourself.
Hello again, Igor Bochenkov, 20 Cobblestone. At this time, I would like the town planner to address the comments made in relation to the special permit and its guidelines and how it affects this specific development and what kind of impact this specific development would have as it would make the special permit application needed. Thank you.
That appears to be all at the moment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Eric.
I'm sorry, Dr. Rosenkrantz has just raised his hand again. Go ahead, Mr. Rosenkrantz.
Sure. And again, it's Dr. Rosenkrantz. I guess I've been sitting here thinking a bit about the attorney's comments about what I have experienced and in what way I may be an expert without him knowing my credentials. Besides being a neonatologist and a neuroscientist, I do have great expertise in child safety and child death. And if he would do his research, he would realize that, as opposed to just trying to dismiss me, as well as many of the other members of the community here. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
Jenny, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, I tried to dial in and you guys didn't see my hand up on the dial in. This is Jenny Groom, and I want to address just what Lena had said about the map and showing what we had. Sorry, I gotta hang up the other phone. Sorry about the feedback. The entrance that I am talking about, I'm looking at a number of different maps, and I am talking about not the main entrance to Cambridge Arms, but the driveway that goes straight out to Culver. And that will be very close to their entrance, and it's going to be a problem. And I'm not talking about up the road where the pond is and the open space and everything. I'm talking about right where our building is, just like she asked that that map be reshown and posted. Please keep the hearing open, because this new site plan is, I mean, right now I thought it was just about the entrance and the egress. I did not realize that the whole site plan was going to be presented, and we need more time to look at the laws, the changes in the laws that have come about, and you need to look at the neighbors coming in and out, looking at some of these crazy intersections we already have. The traffic level is too high. It is just not safe. Quality of life, you can say whatever you want about what you're legally required to do, but honestly, there's ethical requirements to your residents. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that's it. If there's no other public that would like to speak, at this time, we'll go to the commissioners. I think all the information has been presented to us. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any final questions. Is there any questions from the commissioners for staff?
I believe Commissioner Droz has his hand raised.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Droz.
Thank you, Mr. Hinckley. Thank you, Dom. quick question, was any consideration by the developers given towards this being a 3-story instead of a 4-story? And the thought process being, you know, understanding that 4-story is legal under statute, but at 4 stories, it's taller than everything around it, whether it's the Lowe's, whether it's the multifamily development across the street, whether it's the, you know, the house that's going to be right next door. And it would appear as though the reduction in that would then quell some of the concerns, whether it be volume, whether it be traffic, whether it be a whole series of things. Was any concern given to that?
I think the primary, to answer your question,
yes, sir.
I think the primary concern is the footprint of disturbance. So if you go down to 3 stories, you're going to have to put up at least another building to get to the same unit count. And in doing so, you're going to disturb more property. If you look at our site plan, we are using the areas that are outside of the 100-foot upland review area of those wetlands. And so a different design building that is shorter would extend and sprawl the development footprint. Your district allows 4 stories, and with 4 stories, we're able to get the units that we need to make the project work, and we're able to reduce our development footprint. And when we do that, that decreases the impervious area. It decreases the amount of the area that's sort of gobbled up by the development itself. And we can fit it on the property without impacting any wetlands or sensitive environmental areas, or even in many cases, getting within the buffers of those areas. So from an environmental standpoint, going up is certainly better than going out.
So it sounds as though we're kind of maximizing the unit, is what it sounds like.
We can't go back and forth with the applicant too much here because we've already gone to the public. But
thank you for your time.
They have 4 stories is allowed in the area, and that's what they've chosen. Commissioner Woods, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would like to see if we could just get the applicant to address those last couple questions from the public on the alignment of the driveway, the new driveway for this development. And
go ahead.
Really just with the traffic. I want to know that it was taken into consideration with the traffic count. That's really what I want to try to get out there.
Okay. All right. Just let me check with Renata here first, because when we open it back up to the applicant, Renata, are we okay with going this way, or otherwise do we have to open it back up to the public?
Mr. Chair, did you close the public hearing?
No, the public hearing isn't closed, but we've gone through all the steps for rebuttal and opposition and everything. So we haven't closed the public hearing.
So those are your procedures, and I think under your rules and procedures, you have some ability to waivers. While your public hearing is open, please ask all the questions that you have in order to be able to get an informed decision.
No problem.
Yes, so as long as the hearing is open, you can.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that it was all right. Commissioner Woods has a question, and maybe the applicant can answer that, and then we can go back to Commissioner Drode's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Attorney Sweeney, could you address that?
Yeah, I think what I'd like to do, if Mr. Hesketh is available, Mr. Hesketh, could you answer the question of whether the location of the driveways and where they've been located creates any safety concerns with other driveways on Culver Street? And is that something that you review in your analysis?
Again, for the record, Scott Hesketh, yes, we are aware of the fact that the main site driveway to this development is located slightly south of and offset from the driveway to the existing apartment complex. If you look at the level of service calculations, you'll see that we've got exceptional levels of service with very minimal delays. We did calculate traffic flows into and out of that development across the street. So we did analyze that intersection. And we've got good levels of service with very minimal delays. Obviously, driveways in close proximity to each other, vehicles in each of the driveways will have to see and be aware of the people on the other side of the street as they would if they were aligned opposite one another. We anticipate that most of the traffic into and out of our site will be left-hand turns into and out. And most of the traffic from the other development will be right-hand turns into and out. So there'll be very low volume of traffic crossing into each other, or the potential of crossing into each other. But with good levels of service and minimal delays, and the volumes of left turning traffic out of that development, we believe that it can be done safely. And yes, we have reviewed it, and it is included in the write-up in our report, revised through February 8th. So it has been reviewed, it's been looked at, it's been submitted to town staff, and I don't believe this is the first anyone's bringing it up in terms of a concern.
Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem, Commissioner Woods. Commissioner Rhodes?
Can I make a motion to close the public hearing portion?
You certainly can.
Move this till
Is there, so you're making a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I apologize for interjecting, but I would strongly advise against closing public hearing until you have all your answers, all your questions answered, please, because that really puts us into this situation when perhaps some testimony related to the special permit can be introduced after, and then we could
Okay,
be in
so
trouble.
is there any other questions from the commissioners? Do they feel comfortable closing this public hearing? Is any of the commissioners, we'll go right through the commissioners. Are all your questions been answered? It appears like nobody has any problem closing the public hearing. We have a motion from Commissioner Rhodes. Do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Havens.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Rhodes. We have a second from Commissioner Havens. And let me just, before we close the public hearing, let me go right down the line. Commissioner Haggerty, do you have any further questions? Or need any additional information?
Potentially a procedural question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go right ahead.
If the public hearing is closed regarding this development, how does that affect our ability as a commission to deliberate the site plan?
We can deliberate the site plan. The site plan isn't part of the public hearing. And as long as we're not presenting any or asking for any new information, but the site plan is not part of the special exception. The site plan was discussed part of the special exception, but only for convenience. But when we deliberate on the site plan, the public generally does not have comments on that.
Okay. Thank you. I am comfortable closing the public hearing now.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Commissioner Woods. Are you comfortable? Do you have any additional information that you need?
I don't have any other additional questions at this time, Mr. Chairman. And I realize that we will have another opportunity to ask questions of the applicant on the site plan. So.
Correct. Commissioner Gill, do you feel comfortable? Do you have any additional information you need?
I'm fine with closing it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Havens?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm comfortable closing it.
Okay, Commissioner Trista?
I'm also comfortable closing it.
Okay, very good. We have a motion on the table and a second. I'll ask Noreen to do a roll call vote for closing the public hearing, petition number 0722. Noreen?
Commissioner Haggerty,
Yes.
Commissioner Havens,
Yes.
Commissioner Trister,
Yes.
Commissioner Woods,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Droz,
Yes.
Chairman Payne.
Yes,
We have a unanimous vote.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next thing on our agenda is petition 12-22. Could I have Commissioner Havens, could you read petition 1222 for the record, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Petition 12-22, special permit, section 6.8 for an open space subdivision at 359 Church Street and 321 Tremont Street rear. Applicant and owner, AA Denorfia Building and Development, LLC. Contact Bongiovanni Group.
So the applicant here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Alan Bongiovanni. I'm a licensed land surveyor in the state of Connecticut with an office address at 170 Payne Road, Newington. I'm representing A Denorfia Building and Development Company in the application before you. I just need a second to get my notes straight. I'm going to share the screen.
Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you. So the plan that I have in front of you is an overall site plan, subdivision plan. The subject property is 15.97 acres. It fronts on Church Street. It's on the west side of Church Street. To the south are single-family residential homes with Alston Roads, with a cul-de-sac stubbed into the property, and Rockhole Lane that terminates in a dead end at the property line. To the west, we have what was the Red Rock development or the Tremont Street development. And then to the north is the south side of the houses that are on Edward Street. So there's some rear land there that encompasses a good section of the Rockhole Brook. Rockhole Brook starts, the watershed starts well east of this site. The river flows, or the brook flows, from east to west through the portions of the property. On the right-hand side or the easterly side through this corner, and then on the westerly side through this small section over here. There is some associated wetlands and floodplain with that. We are currently before the Wetlands Commission in the approval process with that commission. The subject property is an R20 zone. What we're proposing to do is an R20 subdivision under the open space regulations. For the record, as an R20 subdivision, it is the landowner's right to develop this property as an R20 subdivision. The difference being an open space, it requires a special permit, and that special permit is to allow for the preservation of environmentally sensitive areas. I'm going to read section 6.8, the first paragraph. The purpose of this open space subdivisions. The purpose of this section is to provide for controlled flexibility of lot sizes in single-family residential zones. So the number of dwelling units contemplated by the minimum lot requirements is maintained on an overall basis. In desirable open space, tree cover, scenic vistas, and other natural features are preserved. At the discretion of the commission, a subdivider may be allowed to reduce the lot requirements in the R20 zone, provided the requirements of section 5.2 and 5.3, as well as following conditions are met. And in an R20 subdivision, R20 open space subdivision, it goes on to say we have to maintain the minimum lot size of the R12 zone. Because of the natural features of this property, there's a significant amount of land that we're looking to preserve. That this style of development would allow us to achieve without affecting those areas. By calculation, and it's shown on the cover sheet of the subdivision set, there's a calculation required under the open space regulation to determine the number of lots. You take out the unusable area, easements, things like that. And our calculation demonstrates that this property can support 24 lots. The proposal we have before you is for 23 lots. 22 lots would be on the extension of Rockhole Lane, terminating in a cul-de-sac, and then 1 lot fronting on Church Street. The proposal, as we've shown it, and I've outlined it here in red, we have 2 pieces of open space that we're proposing to deed to the town. The larger parcel is 5.23 acres, and then the brook section over by Church Street is another 0.62 acres. It's a total of 5.85 acres that we're proposing to donate to the town as open space, and that'll be approximately 36.6% of the project site. This is a former farm field for the most part where the house development is going to occur. It was a dairy farm. It was adjacent to Edmonds Dairy, which is what Winslow Drive is in that area. The areas that we're proposing to leave undisturbed, the darker green, is areas, there's some adjacent to the floodplain adjacent to the Rockhole Brook, and then there's some adjacent wetlands. Not all of the area that we're proposing as open space is wetlands, but there are, some wetland features and some significant environmental features that we'd like to preserve. There's a pretty much a adult forest on the northern portion of the site that hasn't been overgrown with invasives as the southern portion has, and it's going to provide a nice opportunity for passive recreation as open space. It will provide educational opportunities. It's a nice piece of property if you have the opportunity to walk in there. If you've ever had the opportunity to walk in there, and hopefully if this is approved, when you walk in there, it's a large open dense canopy with an open forest floor. That's kind of unique in this area. We don't have a lot of that area around. And it'd be a different experience, a different type of open space that I think will provide a lot of benefit to the town in the future. Again, as I said, this is R20 land. The developer is entitled to do an R20 subdivision. We're proposing to do it as an open space, as the planner stated in the previous application. Special permits are generally granted if the applicant and the plans can meet the requirements of your regulations. And I think we've done that fairly easily. Rockhole Lane in the 60s was part of the subdivision from Rockhole Lane to the west, that this road was stubbed to the property line. That's an indication that prior commissions had determined that this property and the location of this stub road was an appropriate location to put the road in and access this property for development. We're proposing a cul-de-sac extension of about 1,100 feet for a total length of about 1,300 feet to service the development. We did look at Alston Road to see if we could connect that property to there, and that section of subdivision, those existing houses were done in the mid-'80s. There's a significant elevation change from the end of Alston Road to where it would be opposite on our proposed road. There's about a 15 to 17 foot difference in elevation. In order to accommodate a grade or a road extension at a safe grade, we'd have to put about 20,000 cubic yards of material on the eastern end of the site to allow that to happen. That's not practical. It's not consistent with the regulations and working with the topography of the land. And this currently is terminated in a cul-de-sac, so there shouldn't be a need to connect the 2 roads. The proper location, as I said, is the Rockhole Lane. That's what we've chosen to develop it. We looked at all the opportunities and different schemes as to how to best develop this property. And we feel very comfortable about this location. We also looked at coming in off of Church Street, starting at the east end and then providing a cul-de-sac towards the west end. Given the size of the cul-de-sac and the geometry that's required, it would require further incursion into the environmentally sensitive areas, may require some filling of wetlands to get a minimal amount of lots. And it wasn't the best choice for this development in working with the land. One of the requirements of the subdivision regulation is that we design the road layout, and that's section 3.4. And section 3.4, it talks about relation to adjoining areas. Proposed local streets shall be planned to discourage through traffic and provide safe and convenient system for present and prospective traffic in the areas surrounding the proposed subdivision. So we terminated in a cul-de-sac because the regulations talk about not wanting to make this a through street. And I think it would probably do more harm to the neighborhood if we were to connect this out to Church Street. I think it would allow a lot of people the opportunity to come down Kelsey Street in the morning, bypass the light on Payne Road, bypass the light on Richard Street to head northbound towards Hartford, and the reverse in the afternoon. So we've designed in accordance with the regulations, and we believe this fully meets the intent of those regulations. The proposed road is 50-foot right-of-way as required for residential, local residential streets. It has a 24-foot width in the pavement and a full 45-foot diameter cul-de-sac with a granite curb around the cul-de-sac. The sewer for the property, it would be serviced by the MDC. Water also provided by the MDC. We've submitted for the record a letter stating that from the MDC that they do have availability for our sewer and water for this project. The sewer actually is a trunk line that traverses the site, starts at the northwest corner, and then goes in the southwest direction, and then heads easterly towards Church Street, drops south again, and then back through Church Street. We would tie into that sewer main, bring the sewer up to the street, and then bring it both in a westerly direction and an easterly direction to service the 23 or 22 homes in this location. The house on Church Street would be serviced from the side to the existing sewer main that's available. Water is available on Rock Hole Lane. It's brought down currently almost to the property line. We would be extending that 8-inch water main to service the development and providing fire hydrants as required by the fire marshal. I'm going to have Joe Perugini talk about the drainage and erosion and sediment control in a minute. And I'm going to have Scott Hesketh talk a little bit about traffic. Although this is not a major traffic generator, per the subdivision regulations, it does not require a traffic report because it's under 50 homes or 50 lots. But because they do mention, your regulations do mention traffic in the special permit requirements, we felt it appropriate that we at least have a traffic statement to address that section of your regulations. Along with our special permit for the R20 open space, we are asking for a special permit for an interior lot, which would be lot number 1. Because of the topography and the configuration of the property, there's a large section of the land at the southwest corner of the site that is conducive for a home site. It does meet and or exceed all of your dimensional requirements and bulk requirements for a lot. It has the adequate right-of-way with a proper driveway width. The lot must exceed must have a minimum of 1.5 times the R12 requirement. It's about an acre in size, so it's significantly larger than the minimum required. But it allows us to take advantage of a nice piece of upland here that can provide a nice private home site as part of the development. One other issue that we're looking to ask from the commission is a waiver of sidewalks. There are no sidewalks this development, which covers Winslow and Stonehenge and about 9 other streets, from Church Street down to Kelsey Street, there are no sidewalks in any of those neighborhoods. And we're asking for a waiver, has been the practice of this commission in the last 20, 25 years in this type of development, not to require sidewalks. If we were to put sidewalks in, they would have nowhere to connect to. And it doesn't seem like it would be a benefit to anyone, and probably more of a detriment to those homeowners, in that we know they have to maintain those sidewalks if they were in place. So we have submitted a letter requesting a waiver of the sidewalks for this development. With that, Joe, I'm gonna ask you to come in and talk about our drainage and our E&S.
Thank you, Alan. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. For the record, my name is Joe Perugini. I'm a professional engineer with Weston and Sampson. Our office is located in Rocky Hill. I was primarily responsible for the stormwater management and erosion control design for this project. Early on, we had met with the town engineer to discuss our approach. We have had subsequent meetings to address various town comments. And they've been very helpful in arriving at the design you see here. We're confident that this latest iteration has addressed all of the town engineer's comments. I'll talk a little bit about the existing site. As Alan mentioned, we have the Rockhole Brook that extends from west to east along the northerly boundary. There are wetlands and floodplain associated with that. The development has done its best to avoid the floodplain. There are some minimal encroachments, or the design has done its best to minimize disturbance within the upland review area, but there are some encroachments and minimal wetland disturbance because of the proposed sanitary line. The site generally grades in a northerly, northwesterly direction. There is some off-site runoff to the southeast and the lower right corner of the page and the end of Alston Road. A little bit of that area does, there is some overland flow that enters the property. Eventually that runoff makes its way to the wetlands and Rockhole Brook. So, you know, those are the patterns that we look at in designing and comparing what the pre and post development effects will be. In discussing with the town engineer, this site is unique because of its proximity to the Rockhole Brook. Typically, when we look at any development, we want to try to minimize, match, or decrease the pre and post development runoff. But because of its proximity, it's necessary for us to look at what would be the impacts to the brook of that detention. And in this case, it required that we conduct a hydraulic and hydrologic analysis of the watershed. It's the actual watershed of the brook. It's about over 1.5 square miles of watershed that contributes to this brook. And when you talk about a development like this that is this close to the brook, and when we look at detention, there can be an issue with detaining runoff and potentially matching the peak of the brook. When you detain and hold back that runoff, you delay the timing of that runoff, and it could coincide with the peak of the brook. And so we went through the process of analyzing that watershed and the effects from this development with detention and without detention. And when we did that, we found that there was an increase when detention was considered, such that it did coincide with the peak of the brook. And it was higher. So if we have the scenario with no detention, the runoff is allowed to leave the site before the brook peaks, before that large watershed peaks. So, and we presented this in our stormwater report. We discussed this with the town engineer, and the consensus and agreement was that detention would be not desired in this case. So we're not showing that detention, but we are addressing all of the other requirements. So this site will have a traditional roadway drainage system. It will collect all of the impervious runoff from the road, the front yards, much of the overland runoff. There are some structures, catch basins that extend along the southern boundary of the property behind those homes. That's to divert runoff along the back property line through a swale rather than have it flow between the units. And that will eventually tie into the system in the road. This system is designed with stormwater treatment. We have a Connecticut DOT approved structure that is located in the road to treat that runoff. It will remove a greater than 80% total suspended solids before it is released. At the outlet of that system, where the cursor is shown now, we've designed a scour hole outlet protection. There, to the left of that, there is an existing drainage that comes down from Rockhole Lane. In discussing with the town engineer, he had requested that we provide some outlet protection for that pipe because there currently is none. So it made sense to provide that. And then because they're both in proximity to each other, the two discharges, we're also adding a level spreader between the two. So you have the energy dissipator, the scour holes that reduce the velocity, and then they're connected with the outlet level spreader, which will basically convert concentrated flow to sheet flow before it reaches the wetlands. Other measures that are included in the design are 3-foot deep sumps in all the catch basins. There'll be debris hoods on all of the outlet pipes. Roof runoff will be allowed to flow overland and just naturally infiltrate and continue over the site. We do have an operation and maintenance plan included in the report and on the plans. That is the responsibility of the development to maintain anything outside of the public right-of-way. At this point, I'll talk about the erosion and sedimentation control design. That is the plan that Alan has put on the screen now. So when we have a site with a certain threshold of disturbed area, we look at what measures are required by the state. And when we exceed a certain area of disturbance, in this case, we have added a couple of temporary sediment traps. And it really depends on the topography and where the runoff is going and how the construction proceeds. And so we've identified 2 locations where we expect these traps to be required. They're really to capture sediment-laden runoff, allow it to settle out, and then pass through some filtration stone filter berms before it's released. So these are mostly located over at the northwest end of the site, kind of at the low end or the low point, just prior to it outletting to the wetlands. In addition to these, we have perimeter sediment controls located around the entire project. These are dual measures, silt fence backed with straw bales throughout. We've added it in other areas. Again, we expect as construction would proceed, the roadway would go in first. So we have sediment controls around that. And then as the lots get individually developed, we have additional controls down gradient of those as well. Other measures that are shown here are anti-tracking pad at the entrance to the site on Rockhole Lane. There'll be catch basin inlet protection once those are installed. Stockpiles are shown. There'll be dust control if conditions are such that that is needed. And in the case of where we have slopes that exceed a certain threshold, we have temporary and permanent slope protection or erosion control matting. After local approvals, this project also is large enough that it needs to go to the Connecticut State Deep for a stormwater discharge permit. So these measures that are shown here will all be formalized into a report, a stormwater pollution control plan. That will include all these measures and requirements. Also, it will detail the stormwater inspections that are going to be required. Those inspections are going to take place weekly or after a significant storm event. There will be reporting that will take place, and the inspector will monitor these erosion control measures. The inspector will evaluate whether anything needs to be replaced, repaired, and alert the contractor as well. So that's just the additional level of oversight that this project will have in terms of erosion control and environmental protection. That ends my presentation. At this point, I will pass this over to Scott Hesketh.
Scott, before you start, Joe, thank you very much. A couple of real quick things to tag on to what Joe said. The whole hydraulic analysis and the need for detention or not detention, this is not something new. Detention is not mandatory when it makes sense. It's always implemented. This development is on the same watershed as Pfister Farm off of Richard Street behind one of the firehouses. That development higher up in the watershed also received the same type of design where the stormwater from the site was allowed to flow out before the peak caught up with it, benefiting the watershed as a whole. So just to put that on the record. And with that, Scott, if you could enlighten us.
Thank you, Alan. Again, for the record, my name is Scott Hesketh, licensed engineer in the state of Connecticut, firm of F.A. Hesketh and Associates. Our office is in East Granby, Connecticut, and we have written a traffic statement dated March 7th, 2022, which has been submitted as part of the application. Mr. Bongiovanni called and asked us to prepare a traffic impact report for the proposed development. And reviewing your regulations, we noticed in section 6.1 point I, application requirements, that a traffic impact report is not required for residential subdivisions unless there's 50 or more lots. So what we have prepared is a statement reviewing these site plans and indicating how the plans comply with your regulations for your consideration. The proposed development here is 23 single-family detached units. According to the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation report, based on the average trip generation rates for that type of land use, we're projecting a total of 217 trips on a daily basis, 16 trips during the morning peak hour, 22 trips during the afternoon peak hour. And as Mr. Bongiovanni indicated, the development as a standard subdivision could contain as many as 24 lots. There's 23 lots proposed here. So in terms of the special provision, we're looking at relatively the same volume of traffic, and one could argue a reduction in traffic from the standard subdivision regulations. So we don't believe there's any substantial impact from this proposed development as a special use development. Again, looking at the residential, I'm looking at your regulations. Section 3.4 of your regulations indicates that the roadways should be planned as to discourage through traffic. As Mr. Bongiovanni had indicated, they reviewed several alternatives, and the cul-de-sac is an alternative which does discourage through traffic from one location to another. So that's we believe that this proposed development meets that section of the criteria. Section 3.6 of your regulations, the street classification, indicates that the street should be planned to provide safe and convenient system of for present and future development. Should fit the topography as much as possible. I think Mr. Bongiovanni discussed how that was done and why the connection was made to Rock Hole Lane and not to the other existing cul-de-sac roadway. So we believe that the development as proposed meets that criteria as well. The roadway has been designed as a residential access street, which means that it should be designed to carry fewer than 250 vehicle trips a day. As indicated previously, based on the ITE trip generation numbers, we're looking at an average daily traffic of 217 vehicles. So I believe we fall below the 250 vehicles a day. So therefore, the roadway as designed with 50 feet of right-of-way, minimum pavement width of 24 feet, design speed of 25 miles per hour, minimum grades. I believe that the plan is presented to you meets the requirements for section 3.6.4. Another section of the regulations, 3.6.16, cul-de-sac streets, indicates that a cul-de-sac should not be in excess of 1,600 feet. As indicated, the section of roadway here would be about 1,300 feet in length in total. So we fall below the 1,600 foot requirement. So we believe that we meet the requirements of that section of regulations as well. Section 3.1.1 is sidewalks. It indicates that residential streets are supposed to have sidewalks. I believe, as indicated by Mr. Bongiovanni, that they're asking for a waiver of sidewalks, which is my understanding has been the practice of the commission over the years. Again, the residential subdivision into which we are interconnecting consists of approximately 9 different residential streets. None of those roadways have sidewalks there, so it would seem impractical to, or not necessary to provide them on this particular roadway. So based on our review of the regulations, based on our review of the site plans and the projected trip generation of this proposed 23 lot single family development, it's our professional opinion that the plans presented to you this evening meet the applicable requirements of your zoning regulations with respect to traffic and roadway design. I will be available for questions if the commission has any at the appropriate time. And at this time, I'll turn the microphone back over to Mr. Bongiovanni.
Thank you. A couple things in closing. One, we've worked on this set of plans for about 9 months with Tony Denorfia and his company, trying to come up with the best product for what he likes to build and to meet our regulations. Tony's not a novice to the town of Newington. Tony was the developer of the Barnhill neighborhood. He is a developer of the Peckham Farm. He's built sections of Hunter's Green condominiums, finished up that project. So he's been in town for some time. He's been building probably as long as I've been surveying. And he's got a nice repertoire of projects that he's completed and a whole host of very happy customers. The proposal here, again, is for lots. They're smaller than the R20, but again, that's to preserve some of the more sensitive areas. If we came in and tried to do this as an R20, we'd get the same number of lots. We might get to 24 lots, but we would be pressed to push towards the wetlands, maybe have to relocate some of the wetlands, mitigate them. They're not all of high quality, but they do meet the statutory definition of what a wetland is. I think we would be successful in that arena if we chose to go that way. This is a better way to do it in preserving the environmentally sensitive areas. The smaller lots don't necessarily mean smaller houses. The existing neighborhood, those houses probably range from 2 to 25 to 2,800 square feet. It is Mr. Denorfia's intent is to build houses of similar size to what is in the existing neighborhood. Given that the price of housing, what it costs to build housing today, These new houses will probably be more expensive than the existing neighborhood, which wouldn't be a detriment to the existing housing stock in that area. We have, as I said, we've worked on this for over 9 months. We've met with staff over different periods of time. We've received comments, engineering and technical comments from planning. We've addressed those comments. The plans have just been resubmitted to the town for their review, but through the process, we've talked with the town once they issued the comments. A lot of them are technical in nature, and I believe we have successfully addressed all those comments. And, at your next meeting or one of your future meetings, I'm sure you're going to report from staff along those lines. Just real quick in closing, the procedures for all special permits under 5.2.6, you have certain criteria that we are required to meet. Item A, the need for the proposed use and the proposed location. It is a residentially zoned property. It is surrounded by residential homes, single-family residential homes. Our plan of conservation and development talks about the need for different types of housing styles in the town of Newington. This would provide an opportunity for people, maybe many people in the same neighborhood, to come up with a house, maybe an older person that could build something on all one floor like a ranch. So as they age in place, they have a structure that's conducive to that. This could be attractive to young families. If anybody's had the opportunity to watch 60 Minutes this past Sunday night, there was an article about housing, and an economist from Redfin, who's a national national residential consulting firm. They estimate that the United States has a deficit of 4 million housing units at this time. There's a need for housing in every state in the union. And we believe there's a need for housing in the town of Newington, and our plan of conservation and development speaks to that. Item B, character of the neighborhood. As we heard in the last application, that is no longer allowed by state statute to consider the character of the neighborhood. Item C, the size, type, and location of main and accessory buildings in relation to one another and in relation to other structures in the vicinity. This piece of property is a remaining parcel surrounded by single-family residential lots. Whether it's R20 or R20 open space, we have zoning bulk requirements, side yards, and setback requirements that we must maintain. If we can maintain those requirements there, then we are within your regulations. An R20 requires 10-foot side yards, a 35-foot building line, and a 30-foot rear yard. In an R12 zone, you have the same setbacks, a 35-foot front yard, 10-foot side yards, and a 30-foot rear yard. Houses will be no closer together in an R20 open space or an R20, straight R20 development. Item D, traffic circulation. This really talks about larger scale retail developments. I believe Scott's report and his presentation should adequately address that. Item E, the availability of public water and sewer. We've provided a letter from the MDC saying they have both of those utilities available to this site. Location and type of display signs, lighting and landscaping, and the impact of type signs on adjacent properties. There are no signs proposed other than maybe a stop sign and a street sign. Lighting and landscaping, this is a residential neighborhood. We're proposing nothing different than the neighboring houses and lots would have on their properties. This again probably speaks more towards the commercial and industrial developments. Safeguards to protect adjacent property and the neighborhood from in general from detriment, including but not limited to proper buffering. Once we comply, and it is my expert testimony that we comply with all of the zoning regulations, all of the planning and zoning regulations and subdivision regulations of the town of Newington. Once we do that, meet all your bulk and dimensional requirements, then we automatically meet item G, safeguards to protect the adjacent property and the neighborhood in general from detriment, including but not limited to proper buffering. Every one of your requirements we've complied with in this application, in this set of plans, and I believe we satisfy that requirement. Having said that, it's been a long evening. I'm happy to conclude my presentation and would love to answer any questions you may have. Commissioner Chairman Payne, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Bongiovanni. Sorry about that. At this time, I'd like to go to Eric or Renata for a staff report and get additional information from them concerning this project.
Mr. Chair, so we have reviewed the plans, and right now we do have some comments that are outstanding. Most of them, though, are technical, and applicant has agreed to address the majority of them. Most notably, and I will talk about a couple of the ones where we are at point of sort of not resolution with the applicant, and the commission will need to discuss these. There is a recommendation, and this is not a requirement, but it is a recommendation coming from both our engineering department and the fire marshal's office to consider an access either off of Church Street or off of perhaps Allstone Road, which would provide lesser distance to an emergency access from the engineering point, but then the fire marshal had some had made some comments with regards to how narrow the Rock Hall and other roads in the area are, and how sometimes there are people that are parked on both sides of the streets, and how when they need to do an emergency access, they have to wean through those streets. I will premise that by saying that in conclusion, his memo says Newington Fire Department will be able to provide fire protection to the proposed subdivision. So this is not a matter of public safety. This is, again, a matter of preference.
Renata,
but access.
If I could just interrupt you there for 1 second. Is the proposed road is 24 feet? And what is the width of Rock Hall?
I do not have that information right now. We can have that available for you at the next meeting. Perhaps the applicant does, but I do not have that information available.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I believe it's 20, I think it varies 26 to 28 feet. Most of the streets in the neighborhood are 30-foot paving. Up until recent years, and I would say since the year 2000, we've had some changes in the 2000s, but prior to that, and all these roads were built prior to that, the minimum subdivision road in the town of Newington was a 30-foot width, and I believe all these roads in these neighborhoods are 30-foot. This is a little bit smaller on Rock Hole Lane, probably just because it was built as a dead-end road, but I think it's 26 to 28 feet. I think it varies.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So
Renata.
again, just going back to our points are that it is a little bit long to get into this subdivision. The Church Street is right there. There is perhaps an opportunity to access off of there. It is not a requirement, and it is not, again, even in fire marshal's assertion, the matter of public safety. It is a recommendation or a preference on the staff end. And then the second comment, which is relevant as well, is this comment about the sidewalks. The applicant did submit a request for a waiver for sidewalks. However, under our subdivision regulations, the provision of sidewalks seems to be something that the commission is required to seek. And I do not, we have not been able to find an avenue for granting of a waiver. Now, I am aware that the commission has previously granted these waivers, and actually Eric has supplied me with minutes from a previous instance when there was a discussion in front of the commission and waivers for the subdivision sidewalks were granted. But I do not have anything in my zoning regulations or subdivision regulations that allows you the ability to grant such waiver.
Okay, thank you very much, Renata. Is that it?
That is it on the staff end. And then once you open it to the public, I have a couple of correspondence that I see.
Okay, very good. Is there, commissioners have any questions before we go to the public? Commissioners, Commissioner Gill.
Yes, the SNAT easement that is by lots 1 and 2.
Yes.
What is that for?
That was from the early 1900s, and actually that's only, I think, about a quarter or a third of the width. The majority of that easement was actually on the subdivision to the south. It starts at the location at Alston Road and it terminates at the west end of our property. It was through fields and lanes for service over 100 years ago, for a contemplated service over 100 years ago. When Balsar development was developed, they approached SNET and they extinguished the easement. It won't affect us because it occupies the same thing as the side yard or the rear yard setback. But we intend to approach SNET or their predecessor, successor, to have it extinguished just to clean up the title. But it's an easement from nowhere to nowhere for no real value. It's just something that never got cleaned up on the land records.
Okay, thank you. As far as that driveway going to lot number 1, is there any way that could be moved to the north side of lot number 2 instead of it being on the property line of the property owners on Winslow?
I'm going to say not practically. If we were to move it to lot number 2, it would go along the side of lot number 2, then behind the rear of lot number 2. Whereas now you have existing properties that abut us to the south, and you'd have a straight shot to the rear lot. It's only a couple hundred feet in length. It does meet the requirements. It does meet our side yard, our setback requirements from the property line. It does meet the minimum width of the driveway. It's a residential driveway. It's going to service one house. It's not intended to be a thoroughfare that would cause undue disturbance to the neighbors. It's not an uncommon situation in the town of Newington to have anywhere to have that type of situation.
But it does impact the residents on the Winslow side, having a driveway right across their property lines. When it could go somewhere else. That's my question.
I disagree with you respectfully. I think this is the appropriate location for it. I don't foresee it as being a detriment to the neighbors. You know, I mean, when you own your house and your lot, you have a lot of rights as they do on their lots. And, you know, it's a driveway. I mean, if that driveway wasn't there if it wasn't a rear lot, it probably wouldn't be questioned. It does service one rear lot. Can we configure it differently? I think it's possible, but I think the value of lot 2 would be significantly harmed.
Okay. Also, the other lots that butt Winslow that are, you know, there's a number of more lots there than that the abutting properties are, the sizes. Is, we put a lot of houses in the smaller space. Could we move some of those lots to the north side of the Rockwell Road?
That kind of defeats the purpose of doing an open space subdivision and preserving the environmentally sensitive areas, the wetlands, the water course and things like that, the standing trees, a good open hardwood mature forest. This is why we chose an open space development, so that we could minimize our impact to those areas and preserve those areas for future generations.
Okay. As far as connecting the deeded properties, is there a reason that they're not tied in to each other?
The two small, that's the way the Eddy family had acquired it. They never merged the properties. When AA Denorfia purchased the property, it came in two parcels. They will combine the two prior to, if approved, prior to finishing the development. They would have to merge those properties so that the town's going to get one piece of open space there. That's just the way the property was divided in the past. They acquired, the Eddy family, who this came from, acquired it in different parcels, and they never went through the process or expense of merging them at that time. That's something we'll have to do.
All right, so that they will be tied together.
They will be. They're both in AA Denorfia Building and Development Company. They're both part of this application. It's just that merger hadn't happened yet, so I have to show it the way it is today.
Okay. And as far as the cul-de-sac, have we put put apparatus, a layout of the travel in that cul-de-sac?
So, and this, I appreciate your question. And this kind of goes to what our planner was just talking about in comments from the town engineer and the fire marshal. This road is designed to meet the standards and dimensional requirements and geometry of our subdivision regulations. For the style of road this is, a local residential access street, we've maintained at least the minimum requirements in the geometry and the layout of this road. When this commission had established those subdivision regulations, they did that with engineering knowledge. They did that with safety. They did that with circulation in mind. Those standards were established, and if a developer designs a road to meet those standards, it has to be considered to meet the apparatus that the town has. The minimum requirement of an outside radius on a cul-de-sac is 45 feet. We meet that requirement. We meet the road width requirement. The grade of this road, the steepest grade of this road is about 3%. We start at Rockwell Lane, we go down about 2%. We transition into 3%. The last section of road to the cul-de-sac is about 1.5%. We've done I believe, a very diligent job of making sure that this development works with the land. We've designed this so that, one, the road conforms to the contour of the land as practical, and then we balance the cut and fill on this site. But we've also designed it to meet the town's geometric standards. And this is no different. This cul-de-sac size is no different than required on any other subdivision in the town of Newington. You might have some older subdivisions that have a larger radius, but this is the minimum required.
Okay.
Commissioner Gill, anything else, Commissioner Gill?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Drodes?
Yeah, my only question involves that of sewer. You had mentioned a letter to MDC that we're tying it in with existing. I do know of an issue up on Edward Street there, where the existing sewer with the way it sits right now has already backed up into a basement up there. The concern would then be, if we're adding 23 homes to that unit, what it's going to be able to, how much worse are those backups going to be?
So that's truly a Metropolitan District Commission concern, but I'm going to offer this to you. That trunk line has two lines. There is a gravity line, and right next to it is a force main. And I think the areas that have backed up is because some failure in the force main system. We're tying into the gravity system. But if there is a failure anywhere in the sewer system, that is something that needs to be addressed by the MDC. When they send me a letter and tell me that they have the availability and capacity to accommodate this development, that's what I have to go by. That's what I am required to submit to this commission, and that's what this commission needs to make their decision based on.
I understand. I understand completely. I'm just trying to do my due diligence of speaking up for the citizens,
Yep.
Anything else, Commissioner Drudge?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Hearing none right now, I will go to the public. Anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application, limited to 2 minutes per person. Is there anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application?
Phone number ending in 215. You can unmute yourself if you're speaking in favor.
No, sorry, I want to speak in opposition of it. I jumped the gun because it's getting late.
No problem. Next.
Nicole Payne. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, Nicole Payne, 98 Pickens Drive. I'm going to speak in favor of this, of Rock Hole Lane. I've been here for about 13 years almost, and I had a feeling that the anticipation that this was ever going to happen, and it would. I don't see an issue with this. I do, on the other hand, do see an issue that if you do open it up to Church Street as well, you will get a lot of traffic, which would be pretty detrimental to this neighborhood. And I don't see an issue with anything else. And I appreciate all the work that you all do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Please raise your hand.
Andrew Melnick, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Andrew Melnick, 118 Winslow Drive. My property happens to be one of the abutting properties to Lot 1, which the rear lot's driveway will go directly behind my property line. I guess I'm just here tonight to speak in opposition because the conservation meeting, which was held last week, chose to vote to go to a public hearing for the wetland changes. The applicant tonight, I have not heard him speak to any of the changes that they're proposing to the wetlands maps or to the buffer zones. Presently, the corner of my property is in the upland review zone. And the proposed changes that the applicant's going to make changes that. And that meeting for the Conservation Commission is scheduled for April 19th. And I just want a little clarification on the process for, running these two things congruently, and also putting on the record if the applicant would be willing to, put some type of fencing or some type of buffer between the yards for that driveway to Lot 1. My children play in the backyard quite regularly. Myself and my neighbor both have young children. We have playscapes in the backyards. The kids play back there constantly, and I'm just worried about vehicle traffic, going across, where they play. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate everyone's efforts on the commission, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next.
Phone number ending in 215. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, Ron Adorno, 54 Alston Road. There's two things I want to try to address on the development. First is the entrance and exit to the development. I'm questioning why the neighborhoods on Stone Edge, Alston, Winslow, and Rock Hole are being affected with the increased traffic when the entrance can be placed on Church Street. I called the town planner's office when I first heard about the development. The person I talked to indicated that Church Street was the preferred one. Church Street's more able to handle 200 plus cars traveling on the road and doesn't disrupt any of the neighborhoods. As a percent of total traffic, the traffic on Stonehenge, Alston, Winslow, and Rock Hole will increase greatly, probably doubling or more than doubling the number of cars daily. As a percent of traffic on Church Street, I'm sure it would be very minimal. Church Street is a major street in Newington. It can handle 200 more cars safely. And as we heard tonight, if Culver Street can handle 1,200 cars per day additional, I'm sure Church Street can handle 200. Last year, there was an accident at the corner of Winslow and Alston at night. Not sure what happened, but a car hit a fire hydrant, so speed may have been an issue. Police officer was overheard saying that he was glad no one was walking there, as many people walk on those roads around, not only during the day, but all hours of the night, whether walking alone or walking with the dogs. So we need to consider the safety of the residents in the area. As it is, many people already don't stop at stop signs at Winslow and Alston and whip around the corner. Same happens when turning from Alston to Winslow. This will only be exacerbated with 200 more cars going down the street. Excuse me, the neighborhood's also on the older side with younger families starting to move in. As such, there'll be more children walking and riding their bikes on the streets than there currently is now in the future. Additionally, it is safer for the residents of new development for the entrance to be on Church Street. Emergency vehicles will be able to get to those residents much quicker than having to travel down Church and then Stonehenge, Alston, and Winslow, having to transfer several corners. As you know, seconds count in emergencies, and quick response can and will save lives and property. So for the safety of all the residents of Stonehenge, Alston, Winslow, and those in new development, we should move the entrance to Church Street from Rock Hole. The other thing I want to talk about quickly is the size of the lots. The developer knew when they bought the area that it was zoned as R20. The surrounding area, the lands, all the neighborhoods around it are all R20. I'm not aware of any variances in the surrounding areas, and if there are any, they're very few and far between. R20 lots, I believe, means that the lots are to be a half acre, and the minimum acceptable lot is at least 0.4 acres. Of the 23 lots in our plan, 17 are less than 0.4 acres. That equates to 74%. A vast majority of the new homes to be built. It does not fit the norm of the surrounding area. It will substantially affect the home values of the surrounding neighborhoods and probably even reduce taxes on the existing homes. Of the 17 lots with less than 0.4 acres, the average lot size is 0.2782 acres. That's 56% of a half acre and 70% of 0.4 acres. To have a minimum of 0.4 acres for all lots, my calculations indicate that the 17 lots would be reduced by only 7, so the total lots of development would be 16 instead of 23. That'll be a nice size development, about the same size as Pine Bush, which was built in the late 80s on Alston and Winslow. They're all R20. So really want the area to stay zoned as R20 and not allow them to squeeze in smaller lots. Again, the traffic from the development is too much to add to Stonehenge, Alston, and Winslow when a very suitable and safer alternative is available on Church Street. The developers should provide another plan with Church Street as the entrance and exit, and with all lots complying with the R20 zoning requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Rachel Corral, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Rachel Carell, and I live on 82 Winslow Drive, and I stand in opposition to this petition of this development. The problem I have is, again, just what I'm reiterating what the gentleman right before me had said, is that there's 23 homes. When I first moved in here, I knew that there would be a possibility of a development, but it was supposed to be the exact same kind of zoning that we had, the R20, not R12. I don't know why, when we would approve of something dropping R12, just for the sake of, it doesn't even make any sense to me why he even said he wanted to do that. But in any case, by doing that, that would be 10 times more reasonable. I would completely understand that. I have walked back there in the woods many, many times, and I can't imagine how 23 homes can exist there. And the amount of pollution, the amount of water issues, there's going to be so many problems that will exist if you have that many homes back there. I as well concur that, space it so it's R20, and on the other hand, also have the entrance at Church Street. Again, just reiterating what other people have said. I am a walker. I walk all the streets in the neighborhood. It is wonderful to be able to do this. There are children I pass by on bicycles and dogs and so forth, and that's going to completely change everything with having 215 more trips per day in the area in which I live. So having it Church Street, it would be better in that respect. And I'm also, it would be better as well because, if there's an emergency, it would be much easier to get to that area rather than meandering through kind of our area. So that's kind of all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Corral, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
My name is Scott Corral. I live at 82 Winslow Drive. We purchased this house in 2003. During that process, I talked to a TPZ member and asked him about the land behind our house. I was told at that time that there'd been 2 to 3 plans for R20, not R20 special lots. I believe the one plan with the most houses was 16, and that was turned down by the town due to the wetlands. Well, having lived here for 18 and a half years, I've watched the flood part of the brook grow south, which is headed towards this proposed development. I frequently walk out there too, and we all know wetlands leave a ledge where the water erodes the earth. That borders on many of the rear properties on the houses that are on the north side. Also, the deeded land to Newington is kind of like the swamp part of the brook. It's couldn't be used for anything. You might be able to hike there with boots. I'm a little concerned with Newington's build anywhere, build everywhere. I get it. We do need housing progress. I am worried about the R20 to R12 due to the special permit. I am worried about the traffic. I realize there will be X amount of trips on what I refer to as the Rock Hole Lane extension, but you're virtually putting 22 houses of traffic. You're adding 22 houses to Winslow Drive, which I believe is approximately 30 houses long. And if you live in this neighborhood, Church to Stonehenge to Alston to Winslow and reverse is the basic traffic pattern. That is almost doubling the traffic on Winslow. Naturally, I wouldn't want this project at all. I look out my backyard, I have open space. I have deer. I have a blue heron. I have a coyote, which I'm not fond of, but you know, also, I grew up on Knollwood Road, and when we developed Knollwood Road, a lot of copperheads appeared every time they built a house. I'm hoping that doesn't happen here. I would recommend Church Street. I am an RN. I have a lot of respect for EMS services. I would recommend looking at the Church Street entrance and a cul-de-sac, allowing, once again, the most lots the person could build. I wouldn't want to cut through. I would be against that. So I guess in conclusion, I think there are alternate plans. They may not have been presented, but I guarantee they worked on it. Also, I'd like to thank you for your time. It has been a long night and you do get a lot of grief and you have to make a lot of decisions. But the people who are complaining are Newington residents. And I understand how the builders and work with the town and figure things out, but then a resident just gets a letter in the mail about a public hearing. They're not aware of anything. So once again, I want to thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 191. You can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, my name's Andrew Howard. We are on 331 Tremont Street, and our property pretty much abuts majority of the north end of this development. Couple concerns looking at where the sewer main ties into the current gravity fed system that travels from Church Street through this property and then through a right-of-way and actually down our driveway. We have experienced in the past when the brook reaches flood levels that our sewer main stops. There is severe water infiltration into that sewer system, which actually travels underneath the brook. But one of my concerns is the addition of 23 homes, which if you flush the toilet all at the same time, is going to overload that system. In addition to that, the storm runoff that currently enters from Edward Street in 3 locations on our property into Rockhole Brook currently is eroding and needs attention. And if we add additional surface drainage to this brook, I can imagine at what levels those are going to come to, along with the erosion of the actual brook edges itself. We have lived here for approximately 3 years. We enjoy the wildlife that comes and goes. This is going to diminish a lot of that. I know it's not our property. It's not ours to do what we want. However, if we stick to the original zoning with less homes, it would have less impact, less water intrusion, etc. That's about all I have to say. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next.
Phone number ending in 685. You can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, go right ahead.
Yeah, this is Bill Prentice. I live at 61 Maple Hill Avenue. My son-in-law was just speaking to you. I have a couple concerns like he did. I'm kind of concerned about the size of the cul-de-sac. I can't believe you can bring a snorkel down that street and turn that around without backing it up. Because my sister-in-law just built Packard's Way over here, and she was required to have a 90-foot diameter circle. So this either is not drawn to scale or there's something funky going on. Another thing is the property that these people are giving you is basically going to be underwater in a heavy rainstorm. So they're really not giving you a whole hell of a lot of usable property to say that they are giving it back to the town of Newington. There's going to be more skunk cabbage in there than anything. And the size of these houses with the runoff from the roofs, the roads, I can't believe these tiny little ponds are going to take care of that. This place is, you've got to go there when they tell you there's an inch and a half rain coming down in 24 hours, take a trip down to that brook and see what it's doing. It looks like the Connecticut River. It's insane. So anybody that's on 3 through 8, their backyard is going to be in serious problems. And I'm not sure, is that a hidden line there, the back where it backs up to this green space they're giving you? I mean, are the people that know that they're going to be able to build or not build on that area? Because I understand a conservation area, you can't put a fence up, you can't put a shed up, you can't do a lot of stuff in a conservation area. That's about it. The biggest one is that cul-de-sac not being big enough. I don't see how you're going to get a fire truck, and they say they're doing everything to standard. They said it was just 24 feet, and the standard's 30 feet. So the terminology here is a little squirrely. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanne McIntosh, you can unmute yourself.
I am Joanne McIntosh, 364 Church Street. I'm not for or opposed to this plan. My only concern is the increase in the water flow in the brook. There is a lot of concern when it does rain. There is a lot of water, and then with the house being at a lower level than this cul-de-sac, I'm concerned with the water, the water table and the water in the basement to the house. With Church Street, they've raised the level of Church Street. It's caused water damage in our basement. Doing all this work over on this side of the street, I'm concerned with the water and also putting the entrance on Church Street. Church Street there's the traffic there is so fast. There's always accidents in that area. That's a big concern as well. And that's pretty much all I have. Just if they could take into consideration the increase of the brook levels and the water tables.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition?
Eric Velez, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, my name is Eric Velez. I'm 179 Winslow Drive. I'm also against the traffic flow going out of Rock Hole. I think Winslow, like the past person said, there's a lot of people walking on the street at all times of the day. There's a lot of walkers, and I think the additional traffic is going to really have an impact. Somebody's going to get hurt there. Also, all those homes to the north are going to be underwater when it really rains. I mean, that brook really hums when it rains a lot. And I think that's going to be a problem. Also, I think this development is way too big. I think it should stay at R20. The housing is way too dense. I just don't like it that way. That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to make my thoughts known. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Michael Lanza, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I am opposed to this, but this is more of a question. I apologize, I didn't see a question portion, but this is in reference to page 12 of the 23-page plan that was put online. I want to know what the sort of the bold black line that outlines some of the area, what that's supposed to signify. It's not clear from that map.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wishing to have any questions or any comments?
Diane Ruskis, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Diane Ruskus. I live at 58 Winslow Drive. I, like Scott and Rachel Correll, I believe we moved into Winslow Drive around the same time. We moved here when my children were small, 3 and 5 years old. We fell in love with Newington because it was a nice town where we can come and raise our children. And this neighborhood really spoke to us in that it was a family neighborhood. It was quiet and it was so peaceful, especially for us here looking out our backyard and seeing the natural trees, the greenery in the spring and the summer, and the beautiful leaves in the fall. Seeing the deer come to our yard and practically up to our deck all seasons of the year. Seeing all the pretty birds, the hawks flying around. It really breaks my heart. You know, I know that there's all these legalities, but it breaks my heart to think that Newington is so desperate to sell or build on every open space there is and not preserve the beauty of nature that we all need and crave, especially everything we've been going through the last several years of our life. I'm a hospice nurse. I deal with death every day. I come home and my home is my peaceful place. And to think that my peaceful place is going to be taken over with traffic, with trucks coming for the next 2 years, with building materials and banging and God knows what for the next God knows how long, it just sends me over the edge with anxiety. I know a lot of people are going through a lot, but all of this and not allowing us to have peace with this development and all the, you know, it's just not right. I know the technical stuff I'm not into, but a lot of us moved here to grow old in our homes. And I know there's a lot of elderly people in this neighborhood and a lot of new, younger families with younger children who find this neighborhood so welcoming that they do walk. They walk with their children, with their dogs. The elderly people go and get their exercise. Please consider allowing us to keep our peaceful, beautiful neighborhood the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Doesn't appear so, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Renata.
I have to enter into record. We received some correspondence, so I'm just gonna really quickly read this into. So I received an email from Atia Lanza, Commissioner. My name is Atia Lanza. I reside at 82 Allstone Road, Newington. My property abuts the proposed new development. I would like to know if consideration has been taken in regards to the pollution that will be generated by 23 homes, even if the occupants will have 1 car for each household. Also, has the commission considered the impact on the existing homes since these are zoned for half-acre lots? What about the water runoff? A response is appreciated. Regards, Atia Lanza. The next correspondence is a complaint form we received today in the office. A gentleman came in. He doesn't have a computer. He was inquiring about in-person meeting, and since that wasn't an option, he submitted his comments on a complaint form. His name is Roy Kolczewski, and he resides at 75 Allistone Road. Brief description of complaint: devalue my house, more cars on Winslow Road, public meetings so we face these people. I have huge house, huge lot. So that's from him. And then lastly, there is another email from Lucretia Tyler. I live in the neighborhood of the proposed housing project off Church Street. I'm against this because, number one, disruption of the wildlife. Deer use this property every day, all year. Number two, too much traffic for the current owners. Number three, many new families with small children and they all walk dogs. These are my concerns. I hope you will consider these for me and my neighbors. Thank you, Mrs. Tyler. There you go. Those are it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Renata. At this time, we'll go to the applicant for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start right at the top. Mr. Melnick has a concern about his rear yard and the driveway in that location. We'd be happy to discuss fencing if that is something that works to protect his home and his children. I don't think that's too much to ask in that location. Question was asked about a wetlands map amendment. It's really not germane to this application, but so that people understand. We have an application for the Conservation Commission to change the wetland map as it is official in the town of Newington. It was based on the early 70s Soil Conservation Service, very broad brush. Wetlands are defined in the state of Connecticut by soil type. It is a factual delineation of the wetlands. It's done by a soil scientist. He goes out there, he tests the soil and determines which soils are hydric, which means they're wetlands, and which ones are not. He places flags at that delineation between the wetlands and the upland, and the surveyor, myself, goes out and locates them. It's not a discretionary thing, it's a factual thing. There's state statutes that define what wetlands are. This is just a formal process to put those wetlands where they are. Mr. Melnick, for your benefit, once the wetland map is amended, it will benefit your property because you will no longer be bound by an upland review area as you do now based on the current mapping. Several people talked about the road going out to Church Street. I can offer this as part of a response. Back in the 60s, when Rockhole Lane was stubbed into this piece of property off of Winslow Drive, there was a direction set by previous commissions that this is to be the access for this piece of property. Furthermore, in the regulations, and I read that into the regulation, that the subdivision regulations for local residential access discourages through traffic. This is the appropriate location for this road. This road with 22 houses on it will have, and this is in Mr. Hetzke's report, AM peak hour traffic of 12 cars per hour. That's the peak. The PM peak, I'm sorry, we'll have 16 cars total entering and exiting. And the PM peak will have 22 cars an hour. That's the highest in the hours. These roads are designed to accommodate those cars. I can appreciate the neighbors don't want to see any more cars. They don't want anybody in their backyard. But the fact of the matter is the roads are designed to handle the traffic. The property owner, Mr. Denorfia, and his company are entitled to develop this property in accordance with the regulations set forth by this commission. He is asking to do that. He is asking to preserve the open space, which is specifically cited as this is a type of open space that the commission is looking for us to preserve, while not increasing the density or the number of houses on the piece of property. Mr. Adorno talked about, the existing neighborhoods. They didn't develop in the past with reduced lots for open space. That is a fact. They didn't. But there also is no open space within those developments, with the exception of probably the property that is on Mr. Howard's, where the brook traverses most of it. And that wasn't done as part of these subdivisions. There are no open spaces. This is an opportunity to capture environmentally sensitive land, some floodplain land, in a piece of property that is to be owned by the town and to remain natural in perpetuity. Rachel Carell, I apologize. I didn't understand you. I couldn't hear what you said. I think your voice was muffled during a lot of it, so I can't respond to you. Scott Carell talked about plans that were never submitted or other plans. I can't speak to that. You know, the owner has a right to build. The special permit is part of the regulations, as the planner had said earlier. Special permits are generally approved if the applicant can demonstrate he meets the requirements. We meet the requirements in spades. It's not, in my opinion, a question whether we meet the regulation. I believe it is a fact that we meet the regulation. This has been my career for over 40 years. I am an expert in the subdivision of land and meeting regulations. And I believe we meet and or exceed all of the regulations, and we should be allowed to receive the special permit to allow this type of development. There have been a couple comments about sewer. Sewer issues are an MDC problem. I'm not sure. I know the MDC has been relining sewers, existing sewers, because there is infiltration of some of those gravity lines. I'm not sure if this is an area that's already been prepared, but if you have an issue or you know of a problem there, you should contact the MDC. Those are the people responsible to maintain the sewers. They have responded to us in an affirmative way that they have the capacity to handle the sewage from these houses. As a matter of fact, when in 1965, when those trunk lines were designed, they already established the assessment to sewer this piece of property. They already have sewer laterals along that gravity line to service all those lots in the back. We're choosing the option to bring the sewer in the street to service both sides of the road, so we have less impact to the wooded areas in the back. There are laterals to service these lots on the north side of the road. We're choosing not to use them because it's more environmentally friendly. Mr. Howard, he has erosion on his side of the brook. You may have, again, I think that's something that you need to address maybe with the town. I do recall you meeting one of my surveyors on the site when we were initially doing the survey late spring, early summer. And I think you inquired about buying some of this open land to expand your ATV track. So I know you're familiar with the property. Mr. Prentice, I think you might have misunderstood me. I talked about this cul-de-sac has a 45-foot radius. It does. That is a 90-foot diameter. That is the same size cul-de-sac on Packard's Way. That is the minimum required to handle the emergency vehicles, buses, and garbage collection in the town of Newington. Even so, school buses don't go down cul-de-sacs. Road width, the requirements set forth by the town in the subdivision regulations for this type of road are 24 feet. They were 30 feet for many, many years, but in the early 2000s, they were changed, and this is the current standard. This is kind of a national trend that they're trying to reduce the amount of impervious area in development. It saves natural resources. It encourages more groundwater recharge. It's better for the environment. But there is a balancing act between safety and service and the environment. This is the regulation that we have that I have to work with. And that's where we are with that. Comments about speed and traffic on Church Street. I've seen it firsthand. I had to go back and reset the public hearing sign a couple times. Traffic is very high on Church Street. We do have where we can meet the minimum requirements for sightline if a road was to be brought out there, but it's not the safest situation. It's not the most desirable situation from a traffic perspective. I know people talked about public service and that, and access to it. When we met with staff and met with the fire marshal, he did express that he wasn't concerned about the length of this cul-de-sac or getting to these in a timely fashion. He was more concerned about the road width and things like that. And that's what his report is. They have recommendations that they would like to work with, but those are the regulations of the town of Newington. If the commission so desires to modify that to get a little more pavement or something, we'd be happy to entertain that if it makes sense. But there's a prescribed regulation, prescribed standards, and that's what we have to work with. Mr. Lanza talked about a heavy line on sheet 12 or 13. Those are the erosion and sediment control sheets. I believe the heavy lines you're talking about, and that's the drawing that I have on the screen. In this area would be silt fence and hay bales. These areas here would be the stockpiles for soil and things like that. And then last, Ms. Ruskis talked about loves the open space. Well, this is what we're trying to do, is preserve some open space. Your desire to have somebody else's property remain open in perpetuity for your benefit is, you're not the only person that's asked that said that. I've encountered that hundreds of times in my career. Unfortunately, the neighbor has the right to develop it for which it is zoned. He's proposing to develop it for an R20 zone. So, some of that natural space that you're used to may not be there forever. But in this type of development, you're going to get about 37% of the site preserved as open space in perpetuity, and a large portion of the trees on the site preserved. With that, I think that concludes my rebuttal.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bongiovanni. We'll go back to the public. The public has the last word. If the public has any additional questions or comments, now is the time.
Michael Lanza, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, the image that I'm referring to is not the one that's on the screen right now. Again, it's page 12 of 23 on what was posted online. It's not this one. There's a few dark black lines outlining a big portion of this. And the reason why I'm asking specifically about this is I'm the 82 Alston Road property, and it seems like we are the only currently existing property that is substantially covered by those lines. So I want to know what those lines are.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just a technical clarity. Those outlines are the watersheds that go to the catchment areas for our erosion sediment control. That means portion of your property drains in a certain direction that we're going to propose to capture in the sediment basin. That's all that is. It doesn't mean we're going to do anything on your property. It just identifies that part of your water that lands on your property flows in a certain direction on our property, and we have to treat it.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Mr. Alonso?
Am I still unmuted? Yeah, that answers it.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Next.
Phone number ending in 215. Can I mute yourself?
Hi, it's Ron Adorno. I have a few comments on the rebuttal. In the 60s, I guess Rock Hole was set as the entrance that they were thinking of back then. But things change over time. I know it was 50, 60 years ago. And it won't be a cut through if Church Street is both the entrance and the exit. So, and I know that being a cut through would be disaster for everybody. But I'm saying that both the entrance and the exit should be on Church Street. Second, on traffic, there's 16 cars in the morning, 22 in the afternoon. That leaves 162 for all other times. And again, You know, if Culver Street can handle 1,200 cars a day, Church Street can handle 200. Third, the proposal may meet the minimum requirements. That doesn't mean it should be done. Minimum is just that, it's a minimum. And then lastly, the owner does have the right to build. May not make as much money if he puts in these changes, but you can't put a price on kid safety particularly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Melnick, you gonna mute yourself?
Good evening once again. If I'm not too forward, asking the applicant if he'd be willing to possibly have a meeting with the neighbors abutting on lot 1. If we could talk about extending that courtesy of buffering or fencing to all the affected abutters. I'd appreciate the applicant's consideration of that. And I'd also appreciate the fact that the zone, the map change for the wetlands does affect me, but there's also an effect to some of the homes in this new proposed subdivision, and I just want the I obviously I'm not a soil scientist, but I just want the commission to understand that there's a pretty significant impact in the wetlands. Like many of my neighbors stated, when there's a rainstorm, that brook turns into a river. So I just want them to understand the impact of what the Conservation Commission is tasked with and deciding the effect of this subdivision on the water and on the drainage. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Bongiovanni, do you want to address anything from Mr. Melnick before we move on?
You're muted, Alan.
The applicant's willing to discuss with the neighbors of lot 1 the impact of the driveway, and if we can come up with a solution that would satisfy them, sure.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Phone number ending in 191. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Nicole Howard at 331 Tremont Street. I'm wondering if we can get a response as to the lot sizes, why it's zoned for R20 and it's going down to R12. I don't believe that the applicant has addressed that. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to address that real fast, Mr. Bongiovanni?
Actually, I believe our whole presentation was about that. We started in the beginning explaining that it was R20. We're asking for the special permit for the R20 open space. I read the section of the regulation that starts that. Talked about how R12 size lots are permitted in R20 open space and the goals of the R20 open space so that you don't lose lots by doing it, but you do preserve the important open spaces, and that's what we're proposing here.
Thank you for reviewing that again. Is there anybody else from the public wishing to speak? Okay.
Nobody appears to have their hand up, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll go to the commissioners. We've received the applicant's report, staff report. We've heard from the public. I'll ask the commissioners if they feel comfortable, if they've gotten all the necessary information, and if they're not anticipating any new information, whether or not they feel comfortable closing this public hearing. Commissioner Haggerty, go right ahead.
Mr. Chair, I would prefer to keep the public hearing open just for additional deliberation. That's just my thought.
Okay. Any other comments from other commissioners? Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Havens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with Commissioner Haggerty. I don't see an issue with us getting some more information and having a little more time to digest everything. So I'm in favor of keeping it open for now.
Yeah, are you requesting any certain information? Because if you are, then we need to actually request that information.
Nothing I can think of specifically right now. I just like a little more time to look it over personally.
Commissioner Woods.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm fine with closing it. I don't have any more questions. I think the applicant has done everything in his presentation to give us enough information to move this forward for deliberation. I'm comfortable with closing the public hearing, but again, if I'll go with the majority of the commission and see where they are. Two have spoke that they want to keep it open.
Thank you. Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Gill?
Yes. As far as the wetland, when is that wetland report going to be?
Well, the wetlands report isn't completed yet, and so we're not going to act on it. But the question we have in front of us right now is, do we close the public hearing? Are we anticipating? Does any of the commissioners have? Are you requesting any additional information from the applicant or staff that is new information for a reason to leave this meeting open? We're not going to be able to act on this under old business because wetlands hasn't acted on it yet. But the whole question in front of us is, if you have information that you'd like to request from the applicant or the staff that is new information, then we should leave it open for the public so that they have a chance to comment on it. But if there's no information that is being requested from the applicant or the staff, then I don't see a reason why we can't close this petition. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, just quickly to Renata, is for the second emergency entrance to the cul-de-sac off of Alston, is that something that you're still discussing, or is that a dead issue?
That, to my knowledge, that has not been discussed, and that was not an issue at all. The particular consideration, the particular conversation with regards to our preference to access off of either Church or perhaps Ulster Road has to do with the length of meandering to get to Rock Lane access. And then the fire marshal had expressed his preference has to also do with when they're called on an emergency calls, they go through the neighborhood with sirens. And when they do that, there may be people complaining because there is a noise, there is, a bunch of cars driving through, etc. So it is more the matter of preferences and conveniences and expedience than anything else. The town engineer has also commented to that effect, again, with the same kind of viewpoint of it's just closer and easier to get here if you don't have to meander through all these neighborhoods to get here. So that is how that came about. It is not about the emergency access. I don't believe that the fire marshal has a need to have an emergency exit here. The cul-de-sac seems to have the appropriate width for the emergency vehicles to get in and out appropriately, and the number of houses here does not require yet another exit. At least that is the way I understand it. We can have, if this is information you want more information on, we can have the fire marshal provide that to you directly.
No, if you've already talked about it and he's already looked at it, then I'm fine with it. The deeded property, just to be, we're only gonna have one access, and that'll be off of Church Street? Or does this, the deeded property go to, can there be access to that space off of Rockwell?
You're talking about the lot that's on Church Street?
No, the open space that's deeded property that's gonna be deeded to the town. To get on that property.
I believe the applicant can answer this, but there is also ability to access this off of the Rockwell Lane, right in this section where they're showing exactly.
That's
where
correct.
this basin is.
Okay, so the two pieces of property are gonna tie to each other, and we'll be able to access it at that area there and on Church Street.
Yes, but I don't believe the parcels actually connect. And the applicant can speak to that. They're two separate parcels.
Well, he said that they were gonna tie together. They were going to make it together.
Mr. Chairman, if I could clarify, there's two separate two parcel issues. There's the reason why the application talks about the Church Street property and 321 Tremont Street, and that's what I thought Mr. Gill's earlier questions and comments were. Along the back of the properties on the western edge of Tremont Street, there's a separate parcel. That's what I was talking about being merged. There are two open spaces proposed. The larger parcel with a significant frontage on the new Rockwell Lane extension. That's 5.2 acres. And then this piece, and this was asked by the town engineer if we would consider, instead of a conservation easement, deeding this to the town. The two of them aren't going to connect, and I don't know that it's really appropriate to do that because you're going to have people walking really close to both the backyards of the houses that we're proposing and then the backyards of the houses on Edward Street.
Okay, as long as we've got access on Rockwell, that's fine. I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Trista.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the only thing I want a little more information on, if it's possible, I guess, is the issue with the sidewalks. I wasn't sure if there was a resolution on that, if that's something we can grant a waiver on, or if we shouldn't grant a waiver on. I mean, I think we should have sidewalks, but I understand that they go to nowhere there. So that's the only thing. If we're keeping it open, I would just like a little more information on like the sidewalks and how we can resolve that. Thank you.
I believe the sidewalk issue would be a site plan issue, which could be always discussed later. I'll ask Renata to clarify that up a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I disagree. The sidewalk issue is a subdivision regulation issue. So with that, it belongs with, in my opinion, with a special permit application.
Okay, would you please fill Mr. Trista on, try to answer his questions? Basically, there's no sidewalks in that area. And in the past, we have at least 2 or 3 other small subdivisions. We've not required the sidewalks. Is that correct?
That is what I believe had happened, and that is what the applicant has asserted has happened. I have found minutes for at least one instance of that, yes.
Okay, let me see if Mr. Trista, does that answer your questions, or do you still need something new?
No, that was it. No, I just was unclear on like that portion of it. So thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
No problem, Commissioner. Commissioner Haggerty.
Yeah, I just, and follow up, I think, my concerns at this point are really site plan specific and not necessarily for the special permit of open subspace subdivision. So I'd be fine with closing the public hearing.
Okay. And Commissioner Gill, you have another question?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no additional questions, I'll ask for a motion on whether or not you'd like to leave this open or closed. I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Woods?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we close petition. I got lost my paper here now. 1222.
Motion made by Commissioner Woods to close petition
public hearing.
22, the public hearing.
Move it to old business.
And do I have a second on that?
Seconded by Haggerty.
Commissioner Haggerty, second it. Any comments? Noreen, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Haggerty,
Yes.
Commissioner Havens. Commissioner Havens,
Yes, no.
okay. Commissioner Trister,
Yes.
Commissioner Woods,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Droz,
Yes.
Chairman Payne.
Yes.
You have a unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you, Noreen.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission, and staff. I think we're all set. The next petition, we don't need to do a presentation, kind of combined them.
Correct.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Okay, at this, Commissioner Woods, do you have a question or?
Oh, no, I just forgot to take my hand down.
Oh, no problem. Okay, the next thing on the agenda, we talked about petition 1322, they combined them. So we'll move on to approval of our minutes. We have minutes of 03, 9/3/9/2022. I'll entertain a motion for approval of our regular meetings.
Mr. Chairman, if I just ask a question, do you need to close this public hearing for the interior lot? It was a separate hearing.
Oh, yeah, okay. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing for 13 13-22.
22.
Motion
Yeah,
to
I'll make
close.
that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion
Second.
made by Commissioner Woods and seconded by
Stu.
Stu. Okay, seconded by Commissioner Droz. Any comments?
Yeah, just we make mistakes when we go to midnight, that's for sure.
That's, yes. Noreen, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Haggerty,
Yes.
Commissioner Havens,
Yes.
Commissioner Trister,
Yes.
Commissioner Woods,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Droz,
Yes.
Chairman Payne.
Yes,
You have a unanimous vote.
thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
So I will go to approval of the minutes. As I stated, do I have a motion?
Make
So
a
moved.
motion. Yep.
Motion made by Commissioner Trista, seconded by
I agree.
Commissioner. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next thing on the agenda is new business, which is petition 0822. We talked about that during the public hearing, so I'm going to address that under old business. So I'm going to move to old business next. And our first petition is petition 10-22, special permit, section 6.25 for a freestanding sign at 3333 Berlin Turnpike, Payne Road entrance. Applicant HJG PC Newington Investor LLC owner, the Rocky River Realty Company. Contact Jamie Anderson. I'll entertain a motion. If Commissioner Haggerty could read that, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. But make a motion for petition 1022 special permit, section 6.2.5 for a freestanding sign at 3333 Berlin Turnpike, Payne Road entrance, applicant HJG PC, Newington Investor LLC owner, Rocky River Realty Company, contact Jamie Anderson. Move to approve the special permit for a freestanding sign for the residential entrance from Payne Road at 3333 Berlin Turnpike. Reason for approval, the application meets the zoning requirements.
Motion made. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Woods. Any comments? All those are in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next petition under old business is petition 11-22, special permit, section 6.25 for a freestanding sign at 3333 Berlin Turnpike entrance. Applicant HJG PT Newington Investor LLC owner, the Rocky River Realty Realtor Company, contact Jamie Anderson. I would ask if Commissioner Trista, if you could read the petition 11-22 approval.
Certainly. Petition 11-22, special permit, section 6.2.5 for a freestanding sign at 3333 Berlin Turnpike entrance, applicant HJGPC, Newington Investor LLC, owner, the Rocky River Realty Company, contact Jamie Anderson. Move to approve the special permit for a freestanding sign for the commercial entrance at 3333 Berlin Turnpike. Application meets the zoning requirements.
Thank you, Commissioner Trista, for that motion. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Haggerty.
Seconded by Commissioner Haggerty. Any comments or questions? All those that are in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next things that are on the agenda, which is the petition 0722, 0822, 1322, and 1222. Due to the late hour, I don't feel comfortable getting into a lengthy conversation on these applications. So I'll open it up to the commission to see how they feel. I believe we should table these until our next meeting.
Couldn't agree
Mr.
more.
Chairman, I make a motion to table these 4 petitions for further discussion.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Haggerty. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Havens.
Seconded by Commissioner Havens. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously to table these until our next meeting. We have a few things under public petitions for public hearing. I'll turn it over to Renata for that and her town planner's report. And if she can keep it brief, I'd
Yes, we can talk about all of that stuff later. The only thing of note that I will mention tonight is that I submitted an application for accessory apartments, and which includes essentially a provision for an opt-out proposal that is tentatively scheduled for May 11th meeting. It is on the future agenda, and that is something that public probably will have some interest in. It was sent to the CROC, so it's in the works.
Thank you very much, Renata. Okay, we will go to public participation. Is there anybody out there from the public that has a question or concern? I'll open it up. Public participation within Zoom application, raise your hand if you'd like to participate during public participation. If calling into Zoom meeting by telephone, dial *9. to raise your hand to be recognized. Use *6 when recognized by speak by phone. State your name and address for the record. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak?
Yes, phone number ending in 070. Go ahead.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Alton Drive. I know there's not usually back and forth at the end. I'll make this quick. If you could just please tell me whether or not there will be a public hearing or not on the site plan for Culver Street. I'm just got a little confused about that. And
Site plans never have a public hearing.
that's what I thought, but it got, because they were heard together, I remember years ago you didn't do that, and then I got even more confused as the night went on. I get where you're going with the Church Street project too, but I think you're doing yourself a disservice by closing it to the public. A lot of people that are involved in this have never been through this process before, and I think you only add fuel to the fire by closing the hearing when it was started at such a late hour of the night, and maybe there were some people that just gave up and just went to bed. Fortunately, I don't have to work in the morning, and I've been through the Toll Brothers boot camp, so I can hang in here with you. But I get it. Good night, and have a good evening. Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wishing to speak?
Andrew
Question?
Melnick, go ahead.
Yes, Andrew Melnick, 118 Winslow Drive. Apologize for the late question, but just concern about the way the application for Church Street was handled. I know on the prior application, it was stated by the commission to combine the public hearings. There was no mention that I know of to combine the public hearings. I know we talked about it. We talked about the interior lot, but I don't feel that everybody was possibly given the chance to speak on it. So just clarification on that, if I could, please.
I'm not sure how to clarify that. The applicant did talk about it. I think everybody, it was brought up. I'll ask the town planner if she has any comments concerning your question.
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak from the public?
I see no one else at this moment, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Okay, remarks by commissioners. Seeing no remarks by commissioners. It's late. We've gone through quite of an agenda. I'll ask for, I have no closing remarks. I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Hackey and seconded by
Droz.
Commissioner Droz. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, everybody. We're adjourned. I appreciate your time on this long meeting, and thank you to the staff. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, happy Thursday.
Take care.